Hey everybody, Oliver here, Spiritual Activator, starting the day and the program with every single one of you. Everybody, welcome here to the 3 days to raise your vibration and manifest the life that you want. Now, there's gonna be long days. Like this next 3 days are designed to do one thing and one thing only. Okay, it is to get you that shift, to get you that breakthrough. And I know for some of you, this is the first time that you've done this with us. For some of you, you've done this lots of times. Curious, how many of y'all have been to any of our events in the past? Raise your hands. Okay. And how many of y'all, this is the first time? Just your very, very first time, first timers. Perfect. Okay. So here's how we do it. We treat each event like it's gonna be our last event with you. What does that mean? Okay. We we just have the mindset of like whatever they need, whatever their soul searching for, whatever you're wanting in this human experience, whether it's more abundance, joy, purpose, love, wellness, whatever it is. We're looking at it as we have 3 days to do it. Because honestly, a lot of our programs, that's how it's built. When Mandy and I write books, and by the way, for all of you who don't know, Mandy Morris, who's going to be speaking here in a bit, she's my wife, right? So when we write books as if this is the last thing someone's going to read, and they might not do anything else. So we have to put our best stuff in it, in our videos, in our programs, in our posts, right? We go 100% all in that intention. So this weekend, what we've kind of crafted it as is what are some of the best techniques and practices for manifesting that we've learned in close to combined 30 plus years that we've been doing this, me and Mandy combined, in this whole spiritual development and personal growth industry. And what are some of the best that we know work for us, work for the friends and family members that we shared it with, and work with people that we shared it with as well, right? Because we don't want to leave anything to chance. So a lot of these days are going to be, some are going to be longer than the others. Like, a lot of it, some lessons, like, if we need to go long, we go long. Um, but some days can be like, anywhere from 5 to 6 hours or even more, right? So what we're doing is we're treating this as each and every single one of you might have or will have a life changing experience day one, day two, day three. We don't know. Or sometimes it's a combination of all three, and then you finally have your breakthrough. And we've seen it so many times. There people have been searching for years. Nothing has clicked. Like, and they go through one of our programs like this, and all of a sudden, what they're looking for, it comes. So our intention is to deliver that breakthrough, to deliver that aha. Because I know that the life that you want, like, you're probably closer than you think. How we've seen it is people are typically one vibration away from whatever it is that they're wanting to experience in life, right? Whether it's, again, more abundance, joy, love, peace, you're one vibration away. And the thing that typically lowers somebody's vibration are blocks. Blocks they have either mentally, emotionally, or energetically. And that's the thing that we're going to hear it over and over and over again over the next 3 days. How to unblock your mind, your emotions, your energy, your mind, emotions, and energy. Because, the key to you moving forward, like, isn't just a lot of techniques that you use. Because you probably tried that in the past. Try to manifest, like, you either get a little bit and then it's like 2 steps forward, 3 steps back, right? Or it works with the small things, but not with the big things. Or it's not consistent and it's not happening when you really need it, right? So the thing with that is no technique, okay, no magic tool will fix it. Because when you have blocks in your system, when you have blocks in your body, mentally and emotionally and energetically, it's like driving with your emergency brake on. Like, you think you're going somewhere, but you don't know how much it's holding you back, right? So the process that we're going to follow is we're going to go over mind, emotions, and energy, like, and you're going to be like releasing like the biggest blocks, and we're going to walking you through how to do that. Okay, and then once that's done, there's also practices that we're going to share on how do you accelerate what you want to you? How do you bend time? How do you accelerate abundance? How do you accelerate love? Whatever it is you want to you, how do you do that? And now, when you mix those two, it's actually more powerful because now you've removed all the blocks. Okay, you've removed all the blocks, and now you're having all the techniques that accelerate you getting there. Next thing you know, you blink and you're there. All right, does that make sense, everybody? We're good. Okay, good. Are we good with sound too? I'm looking at the chat. Sounds good here. Perfect. Okay, so the thing with this also, I wanna just prepare you all, because we've seen this over and over and over again. Some of you might get triggered as you're going through this workshop. Some of you might have reactions, and the reason why that happens, let me tell you. Okay, when that happens, most of the time, I've seen it so many times. You have to, in a way, get excited, because when you are triggered, when you're having a reaction, you're a lot closer than you think. A lot of the times, the only reason why we have such strong reaction to things is because we're getting close to a block. We're going close to removing a block, releasing a block, having a breakthrough. And on the other side of that, if you breathe through it, if you follow the exercises with us, what ends up happening is on the other side of that is what you're seeking, right? So that's one of the things that I want to kind of pre-frame here, that sometimes things will come up. And because as we're releasing blocks, these blocks aren't, you got to think about it. These blocks sometimes have been here for decades, or since you were little or passed on. So some of them are they're deeply rooted. And as we're lovingly releasing them, right? Because that is the fastest path to manifestation. You're releasing the blocks, learning the tools to manifest fast, and raising your vibration, then you get there. So once you're releasing the blocks, and maybe a little bit of trigger here and there, right? That's normal. That's okay. What I would encourage you to do is, if you catch yourself in a trigger, call it out. I'm getting triggered, right? But know and get curious. Why am I getting triggered? Why is this showing up? Because a lot of times, when Mandy and I and the team are doing these kind of events, the reason why they're so impactful and powerful is because we raise the vibration for the collective. We raise the vibration so everybody here can experience energetic transformation. And what happens is when we raise the vibration of the group, everyone that's watching here on Zoom, from your home, okay, what ends up happening is the things that typically are underneath the rug that are holding you back, now light is being shined on it, right? And now you can see them, and you're becoming aware of it. It's coming up, not so you can relive it. It's coming up so it can be healed and released for good, so that you can move forward. So just know that that's the intention that we have here, and that's normal. If you find yourself triggered, as Mandy, you're going to hear Mandy say later, get curious. Get curious as to why it's coming up, right? And know that you're probably closer than you think. You're probably getting triggered because you've stepped on, or you're close, or you're right on that block that you've been wanting to move, but now it's time to move it. So those are the things that typically come up. Okay, and again, it might seem like, wow, all this energy. Yes, if you've been sitting in pain and sitting in and you're experiencing the life that you don't want, and you've been wanting to experience, more of abundance and joy, of course, we got 3 days. Let's do it. Why wait longer, right? For some of you guys, it's going to be day one. So I want to kind of pump that energy into this event, because I know what's possible. I know what's possible. I know what's coming. I know what you're about to learn. I know what you're about to experience. I know the shifts that are going to happen. I know the decisions that you're going to have to make, and I know the beautiful life that's waiting for you on the other side of it. That's why I'm here, hopefully you can feel it from my energy of excitement of what's coming, because I know what's coming, right? And a lot of times, some people get triggered for days before the event. It happens because you're in the energetic container. The moment you set an intention to do something, things start moving for you already, right before you're here. So that's totally normal. Because Mandy and I, we're channels, right? So when we're channeling information, a lot of times, the first time we do it, it's really, really potent. Or the third time we channel, it's a new thing that comes that wasn't there before, and we can't quite capture that again. It's like the essence of what we teach. So a lot of that we try to bottle up. And you'll see this in our posts, in our videos. And Mandy has this rule: she's not gonna go do a video, write a post, unless she feels 100% potent, unless she feels like she's got something to say, to give, that the world really, really needs. She's one of the ones that you're gonna see out there that she doesn't do content just to do content. It's got to be 100% aligned, 100% potent, because when we're doing these kind of events, yes, the words that we say make sense, but that's not really what shifts people. It's there's secret sauce, and that's the energy we have behind it. And what I'm going to encourage you to do as you're going through all of this, all right? Because you're probably going to go through, if I'm being honest, a roller coaster of emotions until you get your breakthrough. I've seen it a lot, right? To where people, day one, day two, day three, and then boom, right? And sometimes people do it at different times. Sometimes I've seen people day one and they're just like this, or day one's good, day two they're processing, and day three they shoot up, right? So wherever you are in the journey, and there's going to be my last thoughts, okay? I want you to be kind to yourself. I want you to be kind. I want you to be kind and compassionate to yourself and to other people who are here with you. Okay, so we're all in this together. If you think about it, everybody that's here, we're all here to change. We're all here to grow. We're all here to learn how to manifest. We're all here for a positive reason. Okay, all of us are here, and I want you all to realize that yes, we're all individuals that are here, but we're also a collective energy, right? So what I want you to do is, if somebody's having a breakthrough, celebrate them, right? If somebody's having a tough time, send love to them. If you're having a tough time, process it. Maybe you need to go, drink some water, walk around, journal for a bit. But let's create a supportive and uplifting environment, because we're all here for the same reason. And doing the things that we're going to do is hard enough. Releasing blocks, it's hard enough, right? It's hard enough. That's why we created an environment like this. It's high vibrational, so we can get this done in 3 days versus another 10, 20, 30 years. But the work we're going to be doing, it's hard as it is. Let's create a positive environment to uplift everybody, right? Because we're all here for the same outcome anyway, right? So I want you guys to just have that in mind. It's like, we're here to be supportive. We're all here for a breakthrough. If you need to process stuff, if you're getting triggered, need to walk, move your body, do those things. But let's be conscious of the energetic container that we're all in, okay? Because there's the thing, in high vibrations, what we speak comes to fruition fast, right? So we don't want to put things in there that we don't want to manifest at high vibrations, right? So let's be conscious of that as well. Other than that, I'm excited for every single one of you, right? And just know that wherever you guys tune into, whatever you hear, whatever video you see, whatever you miss out on, like just for this weekend, just what if everything is happening for you at its own divine timing? When it's supposed to happen, how it's supposed to happen, and everything that happens is designed to put you on a path. That's the fastest path, if you choose to have your breakthrough, so you can manifest the life that you want, right? And that's what we've seen. And it might not look like it in the moment, but it will make sense after the 3 days are done. You're like, wow, that was crazy, but I'm glad that happened, because it led me to feeling this. And when I felt this, I discovered this, and now I'm free of it, right? So nothing here happens by accident. Everything is happening by design for you, and I'm excited for that. I'm going to be teaching some of the lessons as well over the next 3 days. So I'll see you in those lessons. I'm talking about abundance, energy, manifesting, all that fun stuff. But without further ado, I'm going to bring on here Coach Mandy Morris.
Just a young gun with a quick fuse. I was uptight, wanna let loose. I was dreaming of bigger things and wanna leave my old life behind. Not a yes sir, not a follower. Fit the box, fit the mold, have a seat in the foyer. Take a number. I was lightning before the thunder.
Hello, everybody. Oh my goodness. Can you see me and hear me? Thumbs up. So welcome to 3 days, 3 whole crazy days of all of the manifestations that we are going to jump through and the process behind it. I am wildly excited. I am honored to be here with you all. You guys are going to see me looking all over the place because your beautiful faces are all over. We've got lots of screens up here. So first and foremost, how are y'all feeling? Where are you tuning in from? We have so much to uncover, but I just want to feel your guys' energy for a moment. And then we're going to do a quick grounding as well. Do a little meditation, get all of our collective consciousness into one. Amazing. So, few pieces. Whenever you hear something that really resonates for you, or perhaps you have never learned before, let's just keep it simple and do a little shake, shake, shake. Shake, shake, shake. For those of you who've been on mine before, yeah, I like it, I like it. So we'll do a little shake, shake, shake whenever you hear something. That also helps me know that it's hitting, because I have so much stuff I want to go over with y'all. I want to make sure that it's tailored to you. And of course, anytime you have an aha, hashtag aha, throw it in the chat box as well. Lets everybody know. Every time you have a breakthrough, every time something really resonates for you, that allows for everybody to kind of step into this incredible space together and go, wait a second, what did Mandy say? What's that? What does that look like? What's she saying there? Cool? Okay, without further ado, let's jump right into a meditation. This morning is going to be all about, because most of you are kind of new to my work, right? You're like, who the heck is this girl sitting here on Instagram or Facebook? I don't know her, but kind of like what she says, but what are we really going to do, right? So I want you guys to know my background. I want you guys to know my philosophy behind manifestation, because as my amazing husband, if you didn't know, that was my husband that you saw, he'll be teaching you guys his manifestation processes also throughout this weekend. But I have kind of a different view on manifestation. And I always look at the science, the psychology, and the spirituality of creating the life that we want. That is what works for me, and everything I'm teaching you. Sometimes folks ask, did you learn from someone? Who'd you learn from? Life. I have a crazy story, as all of you do. I read a lot of what y'all were saying. So I'm really excited to share that with you all so that you know that you are in the right place at the right time. And one of the things that we do before we put out any invitations to my husband and I's learnings is that we always say if it's in the highest good of all. And please bring every soul that we are meant to serve. So I'm so excited for that. So let's go ahead. If you are operating heavy machinery, please do not do the meditation. Just sit there and drive and focus. But I don't think anyone is from what I can see. But let's go ahead and get into a nice quiet space in our minds. Close your eyes if that's how you typically go into meditations or groundings. And I'd like to walk you through a guided grounding. Remove anything that just doesn't need to be here today so you can receive divine information. Cool? All right. Few deep breaths, whatever feels good to you. There we go. Letting our chest rise and fall. Finding your own perfect rhythm. Allowing for your personality to float to the back. I want you to imagine a really sacred space that maybe you go to in your mind. It could be near the ocean. It doesn't even have to be on this planet. It could be a space of nothingness. Perhaps like me in the mountains or the woods. And just be there for a moment. Yeah. Now from the sky, that's what we'll call it, or the top of your head, a golden tubular light comes down to the top, your crown chakra. And as it hits your body, it oozes over you this incredible golden light. The frequency of truth and authenticity and unconditional love wave over you. And as this energy or this liquid fills up your entire body, as it reaches the base of your spine and the tips of your beautiful toes, roots begin to pour out of your body, going into Mother Earth. Perhaps wrapping around other roots and connecting you to all that is. Perhaps it spreads over the surface of the earth instead of going deep. Don't question it, just let it be. Beautiful. And now imagine a color, any color you want, any color that feels good. And at the tips of the root, that color begins to ooze out. So instead of the roots taking in moisture, it releases it. And now we're going to breathe in unconditional love. And we're going to breathe out anything that is dense or heavy in our lives right now. We're going to breathe in truth and breathe out the fallacies that we've lived our lives up to this moment with. And let's breathe in the greatest version of us. And breathe out anything else that you cannot mentally understand in this moment, but that is holding you back. May it simply just release in the highest good of all. Beautiful. All right, let's take a few more deep breaths, however many feel good to you, and come on back to this reality with me, because we have work to do. Wonderful. How are we feeling? Maybe a little bit more grounded, a little bit more centered? Yeah? I hope y'all are grounding every day. You should. All right. So we're going to dive right in, but I want to teach you guys a little bit about my teaching. It's perfect. Centered. I love it. Thank you, Nicole. Made me cry. Guys, just so you know, I am the person that makes everybody cry. I don't know why. It's just what everyone says. Every time we do an event, everyone's like, I never cry, but I always cry with Mandy. It's one of my gifts too. My eyes water when I'm healing. And I think that sometimes it's just an incredible releasing or aligning with your divine self. So let it be whatever it's supposed to be. Your voice is so relaxing and calm. I make sure it is. I ground myself first. I was doing a whole ritual for y'all this morning to make sure I was the highest vibrational version of me, because I'm so lucky to serve you all. I'm bawling here. I love it. Okay. And for the person who said, I don't want to come back, right? Well, then let's make that happen, right? Let's bring that version of you with you everywhere that you go. That is one of the many intentions that I have for you all over the next 3 days. So let's jump right into intentions real quick. I want to know what y'all's intentions are. Of course, now I read all of your stories, or at least as many as I possibly could. We had 6,000 souls joining us on this crazy adventure that we're all going to walk through for the next couple of days. But I read as many as I could, and I'm so excited for what's to come. So I know some of your intentions, but I want to know, what's your true intention here? What did you come here for? What are you willing to entrust me with showing you the way towards? What is your intention? What I'm going to teach you over the next 3 days, which is a heck of a lot, so buckle up, y'all. You might just need one thing that I'm teaching. So don't judge yourself. We've got our cowboy hat in the middle here. We've got an incredible, incredible journey ahead of us. So don't get stuck in the idea that it's got to look this way or that way, or that it's going to take, every little piece. If you're normally the person that takes notes, and then you sit there and you're like, oh man, I'm taking notes, but I'm not really absorbing anything, right? Don't do that. We're not going to do that today, okay? Deal? Okay, good. All right, so with your intentions, what I want you to do right now, say it out loud. Your intention. But I want you to add at the end, if it feels right to you. I'll always tell you, take everything I say with a fat grain of salt. Jesus and Buddha and all these, supposedly, I didn't meet them myself, but supposedly they said that too. Even if it comes from my mouth, you have to choose if it feels right for you. So I want you all to lean into that. So everything that I say, just because I'm in front of y'all doesn't mean that I'm going to say the exact thing that you need to hear in each moment if you're not ready for it. But if you come with an open mind and open heart, you'll see it for what it is, and it will bless you deeply. So if it feels right, as you say your intention out loud, let's get that frequency through our voice right now. We can also say, in the highest good of all, I would like to receive financial abundance in the highest good of all. I would like to learn how to speak my truth in the highest good of all. So let me explain what the highest good of all is for a moment here. So to me, if you've never heard of it before, the highest good of all is this incredible space that changed my entire life. And I'm going to share a little bit of my story with y'all in just a hot second. But the highest good of all is this idea of we don't always understand the grand scheme, the big old MO of the universe, as we call it, right? But there is this incredible, maybe invisible system and energy that is working within us, around us, and for us at all moments. And so I've noticed for myself that when I have created the incredible things, which I can't wait to share with you all of my incredible manifestations, but all the things that I've been able to manifest in my life, I've always also adhered to the highest good of all. And what that means is I'm taking all of existence into account. I am willing to accept the divine timing of it, but I'm going to do everything, which is what you guys are going to learn over the next 3 days. I'm going to do everything I can to make sure that I'm not the reason that I'm not getting what I want. And that allows for an incredible frequency of surrender where everything changes from there. Time bends in your favor. Miraculous and magical things happen. And all of the manifestations that you want authentically find you because you're on the vibration of it. So if you ever find yourself kind of sitting here in your mind and you're like, why are we talking about this? Or why are we talking about that? I promise you, everything I'm sharing with you is one step, one puzzle piece to you raising your vibration in such a way that you're not going to have to move towards what you want. You're going to be in the space where it already exists, where it's already there. I wrote this in my first book where I said, instead of manifestation being this idea of something 3D outside of us and we've got to go find it or grind our way to it, we vibrate in such a way and we are in such a high state, such an authentic state. I really consider it to be the same thing, that it's like going to the pantry and picking out a snack. Everything is available to you. And you know what the funny thing is? The more that you're in that vibration, the less you really want and need. It's just a playground. It's fun. My husband talks about this. I'm so excited for y'all to talk with the spiritual activator this afternoon. But he talks about this island. And he's like, in life sometimes you're drowning, right? You're in the ocean and you cannot keep your head above water. Who's there right now? Yeah. Been there. Oh man, been there. Don't worry, I got you. And then sometimes we're treading water, right? We're like, I'm not drowning anymore, but I am exhausted. Which is actually, I think, the worst place to be, because it's just comfortable enough to just stay in the cycle, right? So who's there? You're treading water. You're like, head's above water, but this sucks, man. By the way, I'm just going to sidebar, I curse a lot once I really get into my work, so I'm sorry if that offends anyone. It's just who I am, so I have to honor it. But if you have children, maybe pop in some earbuds or something in case you don't want them to hear all of the colorful language that I sometimes use. And then you're treading water, and then all of a sudden you're swimming. And you're like, okay, don't really want to swim forever. Eventually I'll get exhausted, but this is better. I can jam with this. This is all right. And then you get to an island. You're no longer swimming. You're laying out. You're drinking coconuts. You're chilling. But even that gets boring. And at some point, even if you have been drowning before, even once you're on the island, just the way the human experience is that we truly do want to grow. We are ever expanding just like the universe. It is painful to not expand. But our certainty and our control and our self-sabotage and our fears don't allow for us to expand and reach higher vibrational versions of us. But once you get on that island, then it's the playground. It's time to have some fun. What are you going to do for the world? How are you going to help people? How are you going to help yourself? How are you going to experience this incredible thing called the human experience? So that's my intention, is to get you all to the island, feeling what the island feels like if you've never been there before, and then teaching you how to maintain it as well. So everything that we're going over is all about how to raise your vibration, and of course my philosophy around manifestation, which again is really rooted in what truly works. So if you were hoping that we were going to do like mantras and affirmations and stuff, we'll do them. We'll do a couple of them when we're in a nice high state, but that is not all we're going to do here. So buckle up. For my left brainers, you're going to love me. For my right brainers, I think you'll love me too. But we will be going through so many different pieces. But first and foremost, what I would like to do is for y'all to introduce yourselves. Because one thing that I didn't have other than my husband, when I was building all of this material out, channeling it out, asking my higher power that I call God, but I don't think God's like a dude shooting lightning bolts down on the ground or anything. But I had this idea of, okay, well, what is this supposed to look like, right? What is this supposed to be? I didn't have an incredible community. I think I would have gotten to where I am today and where I'll continue to go so much faster if I did. But the one thing I did do is I was vulnerable. I was open. I talked about my shit as much as not in a way of like victimhood, but I talked about my shit in a way that I wanted to grow through it. And I was okay with loving myself through showing up fully, showing up authentically. And I realized that authenticity was something that was ever changing as well. And I was meeting new versions of me and healing versions of me throughout that process. So regardless of where you're at right now, I ask that you will introduce yourself with honesty, with vulnerability, and you will share the intention in which you have set and share why you're here. Be honest about it. There is no shame, there is no judgment. Don't worry, we're going to go over our rules in just a minute so that we play full out. But make sure that you are really raw and honest. All right, I'll see you in a second.
Young gun with the quick fuse. I was uptight, wanna let loose. I was dreaming of bigger things and wanna leave my old life behind. Not a yes sir, not a follower. Fit the box, fit the mold, have a seat in the foyer. Take a number. I was lightning before the thunder.
Thunder, 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 thunder,
Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, thunder, thunder. Kids were laughing in my classes while I was scheming for the masses. Who do you think you are? Dreaming about being a big star. They say you're basic, they say you're easy. You're always riding in the backseat. Now I'm smiling from the stage while you were clapping in the nosebleeds.
thunder, 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 thunder,
Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder. Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Just a young gun with a quick fuse. I was uptight, wanna let loose. I was dreaming of bigger things and wanna leave my old life behind. Not a yes sir, not a follower. Fit the box, fit the mold, have a seat in the foyer. Take a number. I was lightning before the thunder.
thunder, 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 thunder,
Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, thunder, thunder. Kids were laughing in my classes while I was scheming for the masses. Who do you think you are? Dreaming about being a big star. They say you're basic, they say you're easy. You're always riding in the backseat. Now I'm smiling from the stage while you were clapping in the nosebleeds.
Thunder, 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 thunder,
Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder. Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, thunder. Feel the bigger things and wanna leave my old life behind. Not a yes sir, not a follower. Fit the box, fit the mold, have a seat in the foyer. Take a number. I was lightning before the thunder.
thunder, 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 thunder,
Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, thunder. Thunder. Kids were laughing in my classes while I was scheming.
All right. Welcome back, everyone. I love when you guys dance. I know at first, like when I used to think about dancing publicly, I'd be like, oh, that's uncomfortable. But hey, it's a great way to move energy. It's a fantastic way to move energy. It's one of the things that I did that helped me stay clear in some of the darkest moments of my life was just to dance like a fool. So hopefully you guys play full out. All right, so I want to go over a couple rules, if you will, for the next 3 days. What I mean by that are things that I want you to remember, to kind of revert back to when you see yourself stepping into a part of you that's not going to allow for you to absorb everything you need to absorb. And these are also rules that I live day in and day out of, that I have found along this journey that have helped me so much in very quickly raising my vibration and also manifesting beautiful things in my life and, of course, for others too in that way. So the first, and this is probably the most important rule, at least it was for me, because I was someone who did not like myself. A lot of self-flagellation, I thought that I wasn't good enough, all that jazz. And every time I would start to think about like self-development or becoming better than what I thought I was or whatever, there was so much judgment and shame that came with it. This idea of, I am not good enough to grow, or if I didn't grow fast enough, or if I wasn't manifesting by yesterday, there's obviously something wrong with me, right? So the more that I realized I can grow, I can learn about myself, I can understand myself, I can master myself, I can heal myself. And if I remove, and, it was a process, I had to remind myself sometimes, so I want you guys to remember this. Every time that you start hearing, I call it harpy. Every time you hear that, you're not enough for this, or you should be there by now, or whatever it is, you go, wait a second, Mandy said no judgment, no shame. We're here to discover. So every time you find yourself in that space, which is a really low vibration, shame vibrates just a little bit higher than death. It's not a great place to be, y'all. But understandably, we all find ourselves there sometimes, judging ourselves, right? Shoulda, coulda, wouldas. That's what I call them, the shoulda, coulda, wouldas. So no judgment, no shame. Instead, let's just turn it into curiosity. I wonder why I feel like shit right now. I wonder why I'm not liking what is coming out of my mouth. I wonder why I think this about myself. Instead of, this is the truth, this is what it is, because then we fully embody that entire frequency, right? Instead, let's go, I'm curious. What could this be? What else could this mean? And I tell you what, that simple of a shift will vibrationally rise you from the depths of shame or obligation or guilt or judgment. Just get curious. I teach my practitioners this all the time. Let's just get curious about what's showing up instead of placing meaning on it, because the meaning comes from our program. It comes from our past anyway. That doesn't work for us. So rule number 1, no judgment, no shame over the next 3 days. Even if you want to pick back up all the judgment and shame after 3 days, go for it. I'll love you anyway. But just try, just go with me for the next 72-ish hours. Let's do no judgment, no shame. And every time that it rears its head, we go, I'm curious about it. I'll lean into it. I'll try to understand it. Because life isn't so scary when you stop running away from it. I learned that the hard way and the beautiful way as well. But things that we have built to be so horrible and terrifying and fearful, we created it, which means that we're bigger than it. We built the mountain we're trying to climb. We just forgot that we built it. Okay, so rule number 1. By the way, I go off on a lot of tangents. I get excited and I start feeling into you all, and I just can't help it. So I will try to stay on track. Rule number 2 is have fun. I would not have gone through all of the incredible work that I call it incredible, but the hard moments, the tough moments, all of the perceptions that it was hard, all that stuff if I didn't make growth fun. And that's one of the reasons that you guys are probably going to hear, I'm sorry, I can't help it, I burp a lot. So I might burp when I'm speaking truth. I might be silly, I might stop and dance, I curse, whatever. Have fun with your growth. It's the only way that you're going to be willing to do it every single day. Make it fun. Tie some beautiful reward to it, right? And don't worry, we'll talk about how to do it if you're like, yeah, that's out of my realm right now. But we're going to have some fun. Deal? Next is extra self-care. Who here who has an aversion to self-care? Anybody? I sure did. I thought, well, I have to do certain things to be worthy of it, and usually I'm not going to be worthy of it, so I ensured that I would never do it. And I also thought that self-care was like, go take a salt bath, right? Get a pedicure, all the things that like I wasn't very good at. So I'm really excited when we go over emotions. Probably tomorrow, I think. I've got so much mind stuff to go over with you guys today. But we're going to talk about self-care. But I want you guys to think about this every moment again when you find yourself judging, or when you find yourself like feeling debilitated or feeling like you're never going to be able to figure it out, you're never going to change. That's just an unhealed part of you coming up trying to protect you. That is not truth. That's not who you are. And that doesn't have to be your future moving forward. I know, I've been there, I understand how real it feels, but it is not the only reality available to you. And literally, shifts can happen like that. Just like that. So make sure that when you find yourself in these denser spaces that you're getting curious and that you rest and reflect. Do a little extra self-care. Do something that fills up your cup. And I'm not going to tell you how to do that yet because I want you guys to play with it and see if it works for you. But extra self-care while you're growing, okay? Growth in and of itself is going to eventually become your self-care method if it's not already. But make sure that you're doing a little extra self-care. Okay? And my 4th rule, probably the most important one in a lot of ways, is do the work. One of the things I pride myself on that so many of my friends, as Oliver had said, medical medium, John Edward, all these really cool folks, if you know who they are, the one thing that people really resonate with my philosophy of manifestation is I'm not giving you guys the magic wand. It takes work at first. There's some things that we've got to kind of move around, but it can be fun. It can happen way faster than you think. But I am going to ask you to do the work. And if work feels like a heavy word in and of itself, say, I get to grow, or fill it in with something that feels a little bit more higher vibrational. But growth is actually a really fun word for me now. But before, there were so many things attached to it, like, well, what if I don't do it right? What if I don't do it fast enough? I had a bunch of rules around it. But I do want y'all to do the work. Step forth with me, playful out, and I promise you, I've got an incredible, incredible process to share with you all. And I hope that you know that you are cradled in love as you do it. I don't know if any of you know this about me, but this seems to be one of the reasons I'm on the planet, is unconditional love. Doing my best version of it and giving it to the world. And it was something that I desperately needed, but I do think it was something I was born with. I believe that we all are. And I do believe that the frequency of love is the next place that we're supposed to go. And I mean that as an entire human race. That's the next frequency. That's the vibration. And imagine if we were all vibrating in unconditional love. It's not the end-all, be-all. There's actually more beyond it. But if we can collectively get there, even just with us, 6,000 of us today, and tomorrow and the next day, the world will completely turn on its head. So please lean in with love and know that all of the coaches and the mentors and myself, everyone who's behind the scenes supporting you, we do this because we care about humanity, because we care about you. And I know that even if I am the most vibrant version of me, and I've got a lot of things going on in my life in different ways, I choose to be up here so that I can serve you all because you are me and I am you. And I can have the most incredible life, but without you coming along with me, mine is simply not as beautiful. I was put on the planet to serve. It's what makes me happiest. I know everyone's wired differently, but I'm one of those like must be helping or feel like dying people. So I am blessed to be in front of you all, but I hope you know how loved you are as you step through this journey. You do the work, and you have lots of fun while you do it. And the last rule, this is one of my favorite ones, because again, self-flagellation, hello, been there, done that, is the 1% rule. The 1% rule, whew, this one changed my life. So 1% rule is, instead of me thinking that as soon as I learn something new, or as soon as I choose a life of growth, that I have to be 100% better by tomorrow. I have to be completely radically different. I have to know it all, right? Doesn't our minds kind of do that? Where we're like, well, if I'm doing it, then I better do it perfectly immediately. The 1% rule is, I'm just gonna focus on getting 1% better every day. I'm gonna learn one thing about myself. I'm gonna grow in this, beautiful way over here. And even if it's a rough day, I love myself through it, right? One of the rules. But I'm also willing to dive into it, and even if I just discover something about myself, that meets the 1% rule. And the cool thing, for my very simple math folks, you know that even if it's 1% better every day, it is vastly different in just a few months. Okay? And the 1% rule kind of ties into the no guilt, no shame, no judgment. Beautiful. Okay. So as I said, let's go through this again. This morning we're going to kind of lay down the foundation. I know some of you are chomping at the bit. Give me the steps, Mandy. Give me the steps. I remember at one of my early on events, probably about 7 years ago maybe, this woman came in and I was teaching manifestation, different than I am now. I've learned a lot of things over the years, but I was teaching it and she was like, okay, Mandy, steps 1 through 10, how do we do this thing? And I was like, I'm not gonna give you any steps. And she was like, what? Fuck you, what would I pay for then, right? And I was like, this is the beautiful part. We're going to talk about roots in a minute. This is exactly what you need to learn to be able to manifest everything you want, is to stop trying to look for the steps and blow your way through life. That's not even your soulful lesson right now. This has nothing to do with manifestation in essence, or at least the way that you're thinking it's going to happen. No way. So I didn't give her the steps till she learned the lesson. Now, we do it differently now. Unfortunately, I can't be like, here's your soulful lesson, here's your soulful lesson, da-da-da-da. But I'm going to try to lead you to that anyhow. But we're going to go over a lot of different methods and processes and steps. And on the last day, I'm going to give you a few different manifestation processes that you can choose from, but I want you to curate it yourself. So a lot of the stuff that I'm going over is going to be all of these moving pieces, lots of pieces to the puzzle. And maybe it'll happen sooner than the last day, but it will all start coming together, and you'll see what resonates for you, what needs to be utilized when you're raising your vibration in certain ways, what things work fastest for you or most efficiently or at the greatest depths, and we'll play with all those things. Cool? Okay, so first and foremost, as I shared with you all, I read through a ton of your stories, a ton of what you all have walked through, and many of them, it's just a knack, I think, and in self-development, we all have a journey, right? But I felt the pain and the fear and the trauma and the things that you guys have been through or that you're feeling right now. And it reminded me so much of where I was for the majority of my life. And my heart goes out to each of you, and it makes me that much more excited. You never know what type of group you're gonna get, and I know each of you are very different walks of life. We've got internet marketers in here, we've got coaches and business coaches, we've got therapists, we've got moms, dads, teachers, we got all kinds of walks of life. The cool thing about everything you're going to learn is that it applies to all. I have worked with moms and dads and teachers and nurses and celebrities and world leaders and kings and Olympic athletes, everything. And these methods, veterans, oh my gosh, I love my veterans, first responder, you name it. And these methods work really consistently for all. So although We're calling this raising your vibration because, in essence, when you heal, when you master yourself, when you learn about yourself, that's what happens. But you're also learning things that will be timeless. And although your problems will get better and better, I always say, like, I used to pray for the problems I have now. Your problems get better, but these tools will always serve you. So I'm so excited for that. But first and foremost, I want you to be able to trust the process and trust me and know how much I love you, truly, truly so, even if that turns you off. Don't worry, I've had lots of folks be like, how can you say that you love someone? You didn't even know them. That's impossible, and you shouldn't throw that word around. And then they come to an event, and by the end of it, they're like telling everybody they love everybody. Because it's who they are. It was just a block before. So I hope that you feel my genuine care and my compassion and my love for you, because I know that many of you are where I was, and maybe you're not in a bad place. I'm not trying to say that either. But regardless, I'm here to serve you. You were put in front of me because God put it on my heart to love on y'all. And again, I'm not religious. I'm spiritual, I guess. But God, universe, all that, source, it's interchangeable for me. Okay. So, first and foremost, though, let's talk about some fun stuff. And I'm going to talk about a lot of stories in regards to my manifestations and how I did them. But let's give the rap sheet real quick. Some of the things that I have manifested. And I would love if you guys post in the chat box, too, some of the cool things that you have manifested in the past or you'd like to re-manifest, if you will. And as a reminder, I know my husband touched on this, Oliver, when he was speaking in the very beginning with y'all. We are manifesting all the time. That's a part of my philosophy. Unless we are dead, we are energetic. I mean, our consciousness is still energetic. But in regards to this human experience, we are energetic beings. So until the day that we pass on, whether we like it or not, we're having a conversation with the proverbial universe. So we're always manifesting. That doesn't change. It's just that we don't realize what we're asking for. So one of the biggest things that y'all are going to learn with me is what conversation you're actually having with the universe, what you're actually asking for. And without any judgment or shame, because the cool sneak attack with no judgment or shame is we can go way freaking deeper. We get to allow our subconscious to release the information that we need because it now feels safe enough to do it. I'm so excited. Okay, so I have manifested my children, a story that I will share maybe today, tomorrow, I'm not sure. I've literally manifested my children. I'm not saying like, oh, I just, that it was very specific. I'm really excited to share that with you. My incredible husband. You guys are going to hear my story, a little bit of my story at least in a minute, and you'll know that that was a feat in and of itself to have such a loving, supportive growth partner in life. So of course my husband, and my finances, and my friends, and incredible opportunities, many of which I can't even talk about sometimes. They're just so wild and so out there. 8-figure businesses, for those of you who know financial. I'm not super hot on talking about specifically manifesting money because money is not a root. We're going to talk about roots, like I said. Money is a branch that sits out there that we all want. It's like our dangly carrot. But there is something seemingly unrelated tied to it. And then the money just comes as we release and heal and become a greater version of us. But in essence of me doing that, in the process of that, I was able to very intentionally manifest 8-figure businesses. This incredible company that you guys are joining me in right now, to be able to serve, because I always, again, was a helper. But throughout life, I didn't think that I was worthy of serving the world anymore. And so for me to be able to be on stage and helping now, I think 3 million people, no freaking way. No freaking way, man. That'd be crazy. Who am I, right? And I think, again, that part of that healing process and manifestations allow for us to step into this knowingness of who we truly are. And that deep fulfillment and the self-love and the honoring of myself. Those were my root manifestations. And all of these beautiful 3D things came with it. And that's what my life has been like day in and day out. Not that I haven't experienced trials and tribulations, but my God, the way that I deal with them now. And the person that I am today and the beautiful things that show up. The old version of me would be so freaking proud. So freaking proud. I know she is. But life wasn't always beautiful. Most of my life, even to this day, if I had to do like a ratio, life wasn't always beautiful. And so I want to make sure for my empaths in here, I hope you guys see how I speak about my story, because it's just a small chapter in my book. But once upon a time, it was everything I lived in every single moment. And so I was born homeless. Thankfully, we weren't on the streets. We always had a couch to crash on. And I found a home when I was about 2 years old. My parents had divorced, and my mom remarried. My dad was never really around. He was an addict. He, in the words of everyone else, he popped pills like candy. But he was high functioning, and he was extremely intelligent. For those of you who have read The 8 Secrets, I talked just a little bit about this, but he wasn't around very much. And originally, that caused me so much pain. I wanted my dad around. I thought he was my hero. I didn't know he had drug problems. I didn't know that he had the issues that he had. I just felt disposable, right? And so as I walked through life without, my father, and I had my stepdad who had, bless his heart, he was severely mentally ill and we didn't know it. And I grew up in an alcoholic home. So all the things that, come from that as well, maybe you guys are resonating with this. It was tough, it was pretty tough. And I had this, to talk about spiritual gifts for a moment, I also was a weird kid. I was very weird. I remember my preschool, well, I don't remember this, I remember my mom telling me this story. My preschool said, there's something different about her, and a university wanted to study me. And I realized it was because of the lineage, my father's intelligence, my great-grandfather was an inventor, all that jazz. But what comes with intelligence sometimes? Neuroticism, anxiety, racing thoughts, all of that stuff. And I'd realized that my dad had used the pills and alcohol to numb out the racing thoughts. But it was because he had so much light. Light being just information. That's my definition. Light is information in pure form. But without love, that shit gets crazy. It gets crazy fast, right? So love is the lubricant of light, but that was something that so much of my family was missing. There was no love. And it was so needed to heal, to understand the light, and to grow and serve the world or do whatever it is that we were supposed to do. So I ended up taking some of my parents to court when I was 10, and I lost. And that was when my light started to shut off. That was when the intelligence, I decided if I can make myself undesirable, if I drop out all of my gifted programs, I used to read to my reading buddy. I was in kindergarten, she was in 5th grade, and I'd read to her. I said, well, if I just pretend that I'm not so this, that, maybe that's why I didn't, get to go and live with who I wanted to live with, and the whole court thing didn't happen. So I started to shut off my light, my truth, my essence. And what a horrible decision that was. And then when I was 13, one of my best friends had passed away, and on the day of his funeral, I got home, and my dad called me, and he was attempting suicide. And that was the breaking point. I think I had hit the basement, and I decided, if life isn't worth living for my father, then why would it be for me? Because he is a part of me. And I shut off my light, and I went into high school being a total punk ass. Oh my gosh, I was just a little heathen. I was in so much pain. I was so angry. Most of my friends from high school, bless them, they're dead, or they're in jail, or they're addicts, or they're drug dealers. That was the most comfortable crowd I could be in, was as dysfunctional as possible. And my very first boyfriend was on probation. I mean, I loved it, y'all. I loved the dysfunction. Talk about the depths of it. And that continued to follow me. But I wanted more for myself. I decided I'm going to get a college degree. I'm at least that. Couldn't wait to get out of the house, moved out early, all that jazz. And I put myself through school. I worked in a junkyard. I was pulling parts. Believe it or not, everyone always laughs at me when I say that. I did. It was actually a great job, other than passing out sometimes, because it was in Phoenix, so it's hot as hell when you're in a hard hat and steel-toed boots and all that stuff. But I worked in a junkyard with 2 other jobs, got myself through school, and continued to choose dysfunctional relationships, abusive ones. Things got worse and worse. And had sexual abuse, ended up getting raped. You name it, guys. I've walked through it, and I'm only sharing this because I want you guys to know, one, what it's like to tell your story without all the shitty feelings that come with it, that it's just a chapter, and that you can completely turn your life around. But I didn't yet. I still chose the dysfunctional relationships, and all of those experiences, they really led me to feel disposable and not enough and broken. And I became a people pleaser and a control freak. And I felt like any part of me that was expressive, that had emotions, that wasn't whatever anyone, I was a chameleon. I could be anything for anyone in any moment as long as that meant I could avoid conflict. And I didn't know who I was. That's why I'm so hot to trot on the whole authentic self thing, because I thought I hated myself, but I just didn't know myself. I hated that I didn't know who I was anymore. But the true me, and I say this to y'all, the true you love. Oh, they're juicy, they're amazing, they're perfect. They don't need anything. They're wonderful, totally wonderful. So I reached a breaking point. I was in a very abusive relationship, and it was, at the time, it was pretty much, emotional, mental damage that had kind of been inflicted over the years. And it was the first night that it had become physical. And he threw glass at me. And I don't know what happened, y'all, but it was so beautiful. And I screamed at him and I said, "Get out. Get out." Now, I wasn't just saying get out of my little tiny apartment that I was sleeping on the floor in, once upon a time and all that, broke no joke. It was get out of my life. Get out of my reality. He represented so much more than that. And I have so much compassion for his soul, and I hope he's doing better. But it was a defining moment for me, and I'm really grateful for it. And he shocked himself too, I think. He surprised himself that he did that. And he left. And I dropped, y'all, it's like a movie. We should write a movie on this someday. But it was like a movie. I dropped to my knees, and I called out to my higher power, and I was like, I don't know why this is what I said, but this is what I said. I was like, I know I'm here for something other than this. This cannot fucking be it. Because if it is, then take me now. I'm done. I'm at my wit's end. What I didn't realize happened in that moment was the purest frequency of surrender. I finally actually surrendered. I could have pretended that I'd surrendered before, but that control freak in me, I want it to look this certain way, and I surrendered. And I said, I don't need money, I don't need kids, I don't need love. Just let me know that I did whatever I came here to do. Bring me peace. I just want peace. And guys, I thought I was gonna join the Peace Corps. That's how I was gonna do my service. I was like, Peace Corps, that works for me, right? And apparently the universe, or whatever we want to call it, had a different plan. I didn't know, definitely in that moment, that I would be lucky enough to be sitting in front of y'all and have the incredible fucking life I have today. But I walked through in that moment some of the deepest, darkest parts of me. And then my healing journey began. But that was the moment that life was never the same again. And I held to that truth that it would never be the same again. Therefore, it wasn't. It could be no other way. Now, this wasn't because I grinded 24/7 to get the life I have today. It was because I grew 24/7. I chose growth. I even say this, when me and my husband met, we became like best friends, and then I was like, oh shit, I think I like this guy, which totally freaked me out because all my relationships sucked. So I was like, I don't want to ruin this. I want him to be my friend. So he's with me forever because he felt like a soulmate. I recognized him. We didn't promise each other, when we realized that we loved each other, we didn't promise each other that we'll love each other until death do us part. We promised that we would hold each other to the flame and fire of growth. We wouldn't let ourselves shrink anymore because we knew we had work to do here. And growing every single day with all the tools that y'all are going to learn, it makes life so magical. And those miraculous moments that I think we've heard manifestation be, where you're like, I didn't even know how it happened. I just felt this frequency and boom, like $1 million plopped on my head. That's totally real. That's totally available to y'all. We got to do a little bit of the work first, though. We got to clear the shit that stands in the way of living in that space where miracles are happening daily, where you feel so connected to the divine in every moment that life is literally heaven on earth. It's just bliss. And it's radical and it's amazing. And it never ends. You never stop growing. It's not like I've arrived or something, y'all. I'm still growing all day long. But like I said, my problems are really good problems to have most of the time because I continue to grow and expand. So imagine it like this, right? If this is you and you fight to stay here, you fight for the version of you that exists today, and you're doing it unconsciously, but I promise you're doing it. And I say that with love, right? We're no judgment, but just ask yourself right now, do I fight for the version of me today? And if you don't have what you want in life, hard reality check, in some way, you are. And I'm gonna hopefully help you discover what that is and why you're afraid of that growth. But you're here. But just like the beautiful universe, you are the universe in physical form. It's ever expanding. The universe is expanding in all directions, in all moments, infinitely, right? Well, guess what? So are you. And like I said earlier, the pain comes from when you want to stay here and you resist and you fight the incredible expansion and growth that is always at your fingertips. And it's not scary and it's not bad. And you don't lose everybody and it's not lonely at the top and all the things you probably unconsciously tell yourself. It is radically rewarding and beautiful. And it is a gift to give yourself, your family, your friends, and the world. Non-negotiable. Really quickly, what's your current perception of manifestation? Because when you get back, I want to tell you my perception and my philosophy, just so you know if you resonate with it or not, if you really want to hang for the next 3 days or not. Deal? But what is your current perception of manifestation? How have you used it in the past? And maybe share one of your favorite manifestations, how it happened. Cool? Whatever feels good to you. But main thing I want you guys to share is what's the current perception of manifestation? You know what to do? See you guys soon.
I was uptight, wanna let loose. I was dreaming of bigger things and wanna leave my old life behind. Not a yes sir, not a follower. Fit the box, fit the mold, have a seat in the foyer. Take a number. I was lightning before the thunder.
Thunder, 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 thunder,
Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, thunder, thunder. Kids were laughing in my classes while I was scheming for the masses. Who do you think you are? Dreaming about being a big star. They say you're basic, they say you're easy. You're always riding in the backseat. Now I'm smiling from the stage while you were clapping in the nosebleeds.
thunder, 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 thunder,
Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder. Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder. I was uptight, wanna let loose. I was dreaming of bigger things and wanna leave my old life behind. Not a yes sir, not a follower. Fit the box, fit the mold, have a seat in the foyer. Take a number. I was lightning before the thunder.
thunder, 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 thunder,
Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, thunder, thunder. Kids were laughing in my classes while I was scheming for the masses. Who do you think you are? Dreaming about being a big star. They say you're basic, they say you're easy. You're always riding in the backseat. Now I'm smiling from the stage while you were clapping in the nosebleeds.
thunder, 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 thunder,
and the thunder, thunder, thunder. Feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder, thunder, thunder. Feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Wanna let loose, I was dreaming of bigger things and wanna leave my old life behind. Not a yes sir, not a follower. Fit the box, fit the mold, have a seat in the foyer. Take a number, I was lightning before the thunder.
thunder, thunder, thunder,
Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, thunder. Thunder. Kids were laughing in my classes while I was scheming for the masses. Who do you think you are? Dreaming about being a big star. They say you're basic, they say you're easy. You're always riding in the backseat. Now I'm smiling from the stage while you were clapping in the nosebleeds. Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder.
All right, y'all.
Feel the thunder.
Thank you for dancing with me. You guys make me so happy. Can we do more of them instead of me just sitting up here? I love it. Okay, jackets off, shit's getting real, y'all. I'm ready to rock. Glasses on, locked and loaded. Okay, so first thing I want to go through, I want to talk about the philosophy. I promised you guys that. I also want you guys to build your own perfect philosophy. But for those of you who have tried manifestation for years, or you think it's super woo-woo-y and it sounds so new agey and all that shit, I want you guys to see maybe a way that will resonate with y'all, that you can share with others. Because my intention when I wrote my second book and all that is I want to change the conversation around manifestation. When we feel empowered and we know that we can create whatever the heck we want, and we do it in the highest good of all, that's my personal, hey, if you want the Ferrari, cool, whatever, do it. But there's so much more to manifestation, and it's way more beautiful than just a Ferrari. But I want to make sure that you guys feel in resonance with what I'm sharing. And I know this is a question that I get a lot, so I figured I'd cover it first and foremost. Who'd you learn from, Mandy? No one. Life? I can't say that I haven't picked pieces, of course, from my life or hearing some of my friends who are maybe physicists or, different folks talk. But everything that I have learned, and which is why I love being able to teach it, because it's so much faster for y'all. What took me maybe 6-7 years, people are like, I'm there in a year, I'm there in 6 months, or I'm there instantaneously, vibrationally. So I didn't really learn from anyone. I did see The Secret, and I've got friends who were seen in The Secret. I love them. But other than that, there was no steps, and I was sitting there like, gosh, this whole manifestation thing sounds real cool. Sounds real cool. No one's teaching us how the fuck to do it. Like, how do I get there? I can feel it sometimes. It feels amazing. But I got a lot of shit that I need to uncover first. I don't know how to get there. So that was really my intention. And as you guys kind of heard in my story, in one part I didn't share, I didn't know I was going to be teaching manifestation. Not at all. I dropped out of my PhD. I chose not to be a licensed psychologist. I ended up, choosing to be a coach. I guess that's what I'd call it. I don't know. People still to this day, when they're like, so what do you do? I'm like, I don't know how to answer that. I just love people. I don't know. I wrote a couple books, whatever. But I didn't know I'd be teaching manifestation. Who would have freaking thunk? I thought I was going to be, and of course I started in working in trauma and all this different stuff. So it's so much fun to teach manifestation in the way that I get to teach it, because then we remember that growth, self-mastery, which is, a version of manifestation in the way that I teach it, it becomes exciting, and it actually freaking works. That's the big deal. So first and foremost, most of my work is channeled. I don't know if you guys know what channeling is or if it freaks you out, but it's a gift that I've had since I was a child. I was really afraid of the dark. I saw things and heard things that no one else did, and I thought that there was something wrong with me, or at least I'm sure my parents did in some ways. And it's something that I shut off my light, when I was about 10, 13, all the things I shared with y'all. I shut off my gifts too. That's just what happens, right? You can't just shut off the bad feelings. You shut the whole gamut comes away. And I didn't know that my gifts were gifts. I thought that they were curses. I was like, why can I see things? We'll just call it. Why can I hear things? Why do these things happen to me? And it freaked me out because of programming, because of what I thought it meant. And it actually wasn't until I met my husband, who is literally, for those of you who know the spiritual activator, he literally activates gifts. And this was before he was the spiritual activator. When I met him, my gift of channeling started to reactivate. And I had shut it off, off and on since I was a kid, because I didn't think that it was a good thing. And when I met him, all of this love came into my gift, and I embraced it. And little did I know, it was completely and directly tied to my purpose, what I'm going to share with y'all today in a lot of ways. And all of the programs I created after that, and then when I realized that I was going to serve in this way and be on stage and do all the things that I never wanted to do because I was so nervous, it all showed up because of those gifts. So some of my work, in essence, is me sitting in quiet spaces and asking my higher power or different, collective minds out there, if you will, what does the world need? What does the world need that I can give? And how do I give it? And that was where my work really began, in essence. And, the highest and the most authentic and the most divine version of us already has it all. That's what I believe. It's already got it all. We just have to shift into the vibration, into the reality in which it exists, in which all that cool stuff is happening, as I've been saying, right? So all of my work is geared towards helping you get there, but also stay there. Yeah, maybe we could, wave a magic wand and you can have something real quick, but I kind of imagine it like winning the lottery. You ever heard those folks, not that everybody does this, but people who win the lottery and then they burn it all as fast as they got it, or they don't know how to maintain it, or they end up really depressed after a couple years? I kind of equate that in the same way, because I could teach you how to manifest fast, and half the time it probably wouldn't even work because there's so much shit holding you back you don't know of, right? But if I teach you how to vibrationally raise your entire essence and how to maintain it, how to ensure you don't do those crazy dips so that you go into different vibrational realities anymore, well, then not only are you going to get there, but you'll know how to build the foundation underneath it. You'll have this rock solid understanding of who you are, and you'll be able to have whatever you want and more. You'll be on that island and then some. So that's my intention. And of course, my philosophy is tied to my purpose, to raise the world to love frequency. That's my intention. That's my hope, right? So I'm going to jump around to all my different thoughts that fall under the umbrella of the philosophy of Mandy. That's what we'll call it. And one of them is this. If you've never heard me say this before, by golly, I hope it hits you where it resonates real deep. You don't want the thing. You don't want financial abundance. You don't want to find your soulmate. You don't, all the things in the 3D, for those of you who had talked about something kind of more 3D-esque, nothing wrong with it, but something more 3D-esque in the human experience, you don't really want the thing. You want the emotional experience that you perceive the thing will give you. I'll say that again. You don't want the thing. You want the emotional experience that you perceive the thing will give you. You've tied it into that. And you've also robbed yourself of that emotional experience, that fulfillment, that self-love, that more root-based, beautiful, right? Oh, when I figured this one out, I was like, no wonder. I'm sitting there trying to strive for things that are outside of me, thinking that they're going to bring something inside of me. And as annoying as it was at first, it was true. That whole, hey, we got to get it going on here, and then it exudes outwardly and the universe responds. Fortunately, and unfortunately in the beginning, I guess, if you're like, shit, I didn't want to do that. I thought Mandy was going to give me a magic wand. That's really how it works. It doesn't have to be that way 100% of the time. You are absolutely allowed to understand different parts of yourself and feel like you're dipping. Don't worry, everything hasn't gone to shit when you experience that. It's actually beautiful. It's feedback. It's ensuring that you will maintain that which you are already moving towards. As soon as you set a manifestation in motion, as soon as you say you want it, you've already jumped. You are already in motion. It's what you do with that space in between that ensures when you land and how you land. But you've already jumped. It's all the sabotage and the funky things and the lack of the emotional charge behind it that cause for it to not come to fruition, or to come and it's gone as quickly as it came. Or it comes and you're like, well, what's the next big thing? What's the next mountain to climb? Because this didn't make me feel as fulfilled as I was expecting. Who's that? I'm a mountain goat. I figured out how to use it to my advantage, but you're like, well, I got it, right? But now it's not good enough. I want more. I want more. I want more. And you're never filled. But really, we are looking for an emotional experience. If right now, if I could tell you guys, at the end of this 3 days, you will forever live in bliss, you will forever be fulfilled, and you will feel unconditionally loved, would you care at all about the current perception of financial abundance you want? Would you care at all if you had the current perception of soulmate next to you? Not if you're in true, utter bliss and fulfillment. Your mind would be like, wow, I didn't know I could feel this without the other things that I was praying for here. But you'd be good to go. All you're looking for is an emotional experience, a feeling. And you can achieve that any way you want. And I have worked with billionaires, and I've worked with people who don't have 2 nickels to rub together. And I'll tell you what, someone's true, authentic abundance might be $30 million, and someone's true, authentic abundance, the deepest fulfillment, the emotional experience they want, is 30,000 or less. That is your mind playing tricks on you to think that there is some type of specificity to you feeling your divine self and living in your authenticity in the highest vibrational version of you. And I am hoping I crack that understanding open on a whole nother level, because that's what I did with myself and what I've now done with millions of folks. And the cool thing is, again, you get taken care of. All the money comes, all the 3D shit. It's awesome. It's freaking awesome. I'm not saying I haven't bought a Rolls Royce. I did. It was great. I lived in beautiful homes and all that, but it did not give me the emotional experience in and of itself. It was just the vibration that I was already on. And now I drive a Chevy Suburban around and I haul hay. I got rid of the Rolls Royce because guess what? Didn't feel that great. Your true, authentic abundance, your highest vibration, looks different for everybody in the human experience. And that's a beautiful thing. And I believe that if we're all just our perfect puzzle pieces under existence, instead of trying to be something that we're not, or pretending like the world told us, if I'm this, then I'll be happy. Well, when's the last time you asked your soul if that's true? Right? So I hope you guys are still with me. I hope you guys are seeing a part of my philosophy is getting you to true abundance, true fulfillment, true happiness, and healing for the entire planet. Because you are in a really high vibration. You impact the entire planet. You don't have to do anything. Think about those people who they like meditate on top of a hill or whatever, and they just sit there their whole life. They are doing so much for the planet. Now, it might be a little easier than some of us down here on ground level making shit happen, but they are in their highest frequency, and they are drastically and beautifully impacting the planet. And when you are in your most authentic and highest vibration, you drastically impact the planet too, and all of existence. And you are always rewarded for doing that. I've seen it no other way. It's a complete truth in my world. So let's talk about this whole why, right? Because now I want you guys to start thinking about the intention that you set or the thing that you want. What's your why? Let's go deep here though. Because you might be like, oh, well, I want financial abundance so I can be happy, so I can live free, so I can help people. Those are beautiful and absolutely your God-given right. You should have those things. But let's go a little deeper. So I used to want this house on the hill. I had this idea in my mind. I want a house on the hill. This was like back in the day when I was literally sleeping on the floor on a foam pad. When I had moved, I lived on a foam pad, and I had a upside-down cardboard box, and that was my desk. And then I had some kitchen stuff. I couldn't afford any furniture when I had moved into one of my first places in Florida. And I was so happy. I can't wait to tell you guys that story. It was just fine and dandy. There was nothing there. But I remember writing about, you know what, someday I'd love a house on a hill. And I want the ocean to be in front of me. And I want the mountains to be beside me. I don't even know if that exists. Is that even real? Like, I didn't know any different, right? But I'm like, that'd be so cool. Now, I wasn't conscious enough to know this, but looking back, the reason I wanted it at that time was so I could get out of where I was. So that then I would be good enough. So that then I would look successful to all the people who told me I'd never do anything with my life. And those are pretty heavy whys, right? Those are kind of shitty whys. Like, I'm not enough, Somehow a house on a hill is going to be making me enough. And again, that was just how I wanted everyone to perceive me that way, right? I was really good at pretending like everything was okay in my world, because the idea of being honest about what I was really feeling or what I was really going through, not safe. And I was taught throughout life and my childhood that that was not acceptable. And so the house on the hill was this beautiful, thought and desire, if you ask me consciously. But my true why was so that then I'd be enough. It's fantastic. Now this, I can't wait till our energy day when we talk about intentional energy. But your intentional energy is fucking everything when it comes to manifestation. Your why has to be high vibrational too. Dun, 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 I guess that kind of makes logical sense, right? But it didn't click for me. I never even thought about it. So fast forward, I guess, what would it have been? I don't know, it was just a couple of years or so. I was not in that, sleeping on the floor experience anymore. And I was vibing high. I'd been vibing high for quite some time. And I was pregnant with my youngest, little baby Zai Zai. And we had just manifested a move to Laguna Beach, which I'm going to share with y'all soon. And I'm sitting there in Laguna Beach in this, really cool, beautiful home, nicest home I'd ever lived in, up to that point. And I'm on my little elliptical. I dragged it out. My husband's like, stop moving things. You're pregnant. Let me do it for you. But I'm like, no, I'm going to do it myself. And so I drag my little elliptical outside on our, patio thing or whatever. And I'm sitting there. And it's actually, if you guys check out my Instagram, I think the video is still on there somewhere. And I got my little unicorn slippers, because I worked out in slippers apparently. And I'm just sitting there like vibing on my little elliptical, chilling, enjoying the ocean breeze. And then I went, holy shit. The ocean is right there. It was down like a hill. The ocean's there. And there's a fucking mountain there. And I'm on a hill. I got the house on the hill. And I didn't even realize that I was in the house on the hill for, I don't know, it was probably a good 4 months. And all of a sudden, just huge, I have goosebumps even to this day, this huge wave of, why did it happen? And that's totally me. You guys don't know this yet, but I have really science-y background. Well, kind of, I guess I shouldn't say that. But I'm very left brain linear, prove it to me type. And so I'm like, oh my gosh, I need to write this down. I need to write down why this happened. Someone else could use this, right? How did this happen? And I realized in the most, simplistic version, there's a lot to this, but the simplistic piece to it was my why had changed. I believed I was worthy. I was so enough. And it was a beautiful home for my children. I've got my oldest as well. It was a beautiful home for my children and for our family, and by golly, we deserved it. Interesting, I say. So I'm going to say this, and this is probably going to confuse y'all. I have intentionally manifested money, like actual dollar amounts, maybe like 3 times in my life. Now again, I used to hate talking about my finances, y'all, so please know it's still a little sticky for me because I don't want to seem like, you know what I mean? But I think it's important that you guys know that I'm walking the walk, because I know financial abundance is important to y'all. And money was everything to me. I was born homeless. Money was primal. Like, it's a necessity or you don't eat type of thing. So anyway, I've probably manifested money intentionally, like maybe 3 times. The money's just come. These 8-figure businesses and all this cool fucking shit that I get to do, it kind of just came. As I continued to grow and know myself, it was like, of course, this can be no other way. Right? This is my reward for being so high vibrational. This is my reward for serving people. This is my reward for going into the depths of someone's hell and pulling them out. I built that rule, and then I was able to reward myself with it. So for those of you who are like, okay, well, I'm here for money, cool, amazing. I know that need has to be met before you can start thinking about enlightenment and all this cool shit sometimes. I so totally understand that. But we also want to focus on the emotional experience that we perceive the money or the thing, whatever you guys have said, is rooted in. Because I promise you, there is a root somewhere else that we need to uncover, and then the money takes care of itself. It's magical. So I don't focus on the thing very often. I focus on 2 things, if I had to call it 2 things. One is becoming the version of me that has it, that can handle it, and that can sustain it. I'll say that again. And if the team can write that in the chat box for those of you who really want to, I would say, if I had that, perfect. If I had that, I'd be like, okay, am I being the version of myself? If things are getting sticky right now, am I being the version of myself that has it, that's not worried about losing it, that it's just like, yeah, duh, of course, right? So becoming the version of me that has it, can handle it, and can sustain it. And then number 2, gratitude in my now. Gratitude in my now, but I deal with the shit that comes up along the way, which is everything we're talking about in the mind today, is we're gonna dip. We're gonna get frustrated. We're gonna be upset sometimes. We're gonna have life throw us curveballs. But what we do with it is so much more important than what's happening. And when we rewire, whether that's neurologically, in our mind and our behaviors and everything in between, energetically speaking too, when we rewire our reactions to life, our life changes. Because right now you probably don't see how much your unconscious reactions to life, I call it the subconscious reel. I can't wait to teach you guys about this. It's so exciting, by the way, that most of you have not heard my work. So if ever I go far above and beyond, I'm so used to working with my authentic lifers. Sometimes you'd be like, what the hell is she even talking about right now? Just rope me back in, be like, whoa, we didn't learn that yet, Mandy, okay? I get excited. I've been doing this for a while. But when we have gratitude in the now, true gratitude, please don't toxic positive, don't spiritual bypass, don't do all that shit. No. That's no bueno. No. We don't want that. But true gratitude, even if it's that you can just be grateful that you got up and walked today, that you have working legs. I don't get out of bed until I say thank you 3 times. And if it's not genuine by the 3rd, I don't get out of bed yet. I bask in gratitude as soon as I can. And as kind of not woo-woo-y, but as annoying as gratitude has kind of been thrown around in the self-development world, when you have the true frequency of it, it's beautiful. And it becomes this natural default. So right now, when shit hits the fan, your natural default might be freak out, spiral out of control, do more things that cause more destruction, right? But over time, you're rewired. So your natural reaction becomes something that's empowering, something that's beautiful, something that is serving to you. And I can attest to this, y'all. When my dad died, although it was very painful, gratitude came so fast, people were like, are you even grieving? And I was like, I need to make sure I'm really grieving. Am I just pretending like everything's okay? No, it was genuine gratitude. There were still waves and weaves, I guess, of grief. But it was genuine. When I lost my daughter, same thing. It was so crazy to see in real time that my default went to, what am I thankful for? Where is the beauty in this? And that understanding that I pray I can embed in y'all in the next 3 days is that no matter what is showing up in life, it's not there to fuck you up. It's not there to sabotage you. It's not there because you're trying to grow and now it's going to slap you back down. It is there to serve you, to show you what still needs to be healed, what needs to be understood, what needs to be shifted so that you can get exactly what you want. It's not taking you away from your desire. It's actually moving you towards it. But it's what you do with it that will decipher that. And again, fortunately and unfortunately, it's all on you, right? But when we assume responsibility without judgment of how it looks, radical things happen. We meet versions of us that have it all figured out. I remember reading this thing on the internet and said, when anxiety, one of the things of anxiety or worry, is what could happen in the future, right? The future could be 5 minutes from now, it could be 5 years from now, whatever it is. And it said, trust that there is a version of you that is yet to be birthed, that already knows how to handle it. So surrender, because you got it, you just don't know you got it yet. I love that. So that's everything that I'm going to teach you. Yeah? Okay, so when we talked about money, when we talked about all these things, it's important. I mean everything, and I mean everything that you want in the 3D world. The money, the cars, the houses, and again, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just that it usually doesn't happen unless you're willing to 24/7 grind and play the human game. I'm going to teach you the energy game. I'm going to teach you the authentic spiritual game, okay? There's nothing wrong with it. I played the human game. I 24/7 grinded. I would work 16 hours a day till I was so sick I couldn't think, because I thought that that's how you become something in life, is you constantly have to work at it, and you better be amazing at it every single moment, no room for error, bleh, all that stuff. And some people do that. It takes them a hell of a long time to get there, and usually it doesn't end up bringing them the emotional experience that they were looking for. Go fucking figure, right? But everything that you want in the 3D is man-made. I promise you that. via mind, emotion, energy, whatever it is man-made. So it holds zero fucking power over your consciousness unless you direct your consciousness to it. I remember this conversation I had with my husband years ago. And I was starting to work through some of my money blocks. I had a lot of money blocks, y'all. Let me tell you. I could write a whole damn book about it. And I remember asking him, we were sitting at my mom's house, we were visiting her, and I was sitting in her backyard, and he came out. I think we were having morning coffee or tea or something. And I was like, hey, let me ask you a question. Because, I mean, you guys met him for a second, but if you don't know my husband, holy shit, he's gonna blow your mind. He is not from this planet. Like, the way he thinks, he has stretched my mind so much. I'm just so excited. This is why I always pull him into these events with me, because he's just radical to hear from. The way he thinks, you're like, how do you have so few limiting beliefs? It's insane. So anyways, I was like, what is money to you? He's like, well, what's it to you? And I was like, well, it's like, it's freedom. And it's, I don't know. I know freedom was one of my biggest things, because it's one of my most basic needs is to feel free. And I was like, well, it's freedom and da-da-da-da. And I was like, well, what about you? What's money to you? And he goes, my bitch. What? He's like, money's my bitch. And I was like, pattern interrupt with shock. And I was like, you know what? I was giving my power away by thinking that money would give me freedom. I also wasn't in the right space. Money and all of the 3D things, that's man-made. They're cool. They're really cool to experience in this human experience. But I got it all flipped. Right? I'm sitting here like, I'll be happy when this, and this happens. Or I will starve myself of the emotional experience I want until X, Y, and Z happens. But literally, without your consciousness, whether that's your fear of not having it or having it and everything in between, or holding it outside of you, the frequency of desire, imagine it's like, it's right here, but we're just like, come on. Ugh, we're scrapping at it. It holds zero power without your incredible and divine consciousness. Your power, your thoughts, your mind, your energy, whatever you want to call it. I call it a consciousness. Without it, holds no weight, cannot be manifested, cannot be created. Even when you're like, well, how in the heck? And please, I know this, people always ask me this. They're like, so did I manifest my cancer? Did I manifest my, this person to die or whatever? I'm like, that's a conversation for another day, but I do have answers for that. But we're not talking about that stuff right now. All right? We're talking about the things that you can and are willing to assume responsibility for. This is not like a blame game, right? If anything, I'd be like, so why are we going there? Why is that the thing, right? So don't go looking backwards. Once you start assuming responsibility, that's where the self-judgment comes in, right? Like, well, then did I manifest to lose my job? I don't know. Don't worry about it. Let's focus on the now and moving forward, right? It's really a huge waste of energy, and bloop, there goes your consciousness thinking about what's wrong with you. And so truly so, as simplistic and difficult as understanding that transference of energy, wherever your consciousness goes, you can call it your thoughts, but it's really more than that. It's like the full essence of us. Whatever we breathe life into, breathes right back at us. But when we don't, even if it shows up for a moment, it disappears just about as quickly as it came. Which is what, when we talk about trigger management, will be so radically amazing for you guys to see real time play out in your life, where something that would have just driven you off the cliff is like a 5-second thing. No big deal, because you don't give it any energy. Your consciousness didn't entertain it, therefore it can't exist. Oh, okay. So first and foremost, I want you guys to really play with this thought, because this is a hard one for some folks to accept at first. It certainly was for me. I was like, I like the way it sounds, but what the heck does it mean? You are literally one vibration away. Now again, if we're looking for an emotional experience, if that's the true essence of our being, if that's really what we're looking for, you are one vibration away already. Just changing that radio dial, shifting the frequency. If you can shift from feeling great all day to all of a sudden going, oh my gosh, I feel like shit, a bill came in the mail, something happened, wouldn't it make sense that we can reverse that too? That we can also shift into the reality in which we do desire? I want to lovingly show you guys that, because it's just incredible. It's such an incredible space. And I want you guys to remember this. It doesn't take 10 years to change. For those of you who might already have limiting beliefs of, oh, I should have done this 20 years ago, or I'm so in over my head, there's no way I can get out, that is not true. I think you guys see that. My moment on my knees, I was broke. I had nothing. I didn't know what the heck was going on. I left my relationship. I left my job. I dropped out of my PhD. Everything changed at once. I want to make it to where you guys don't get to that point before you make drastic change. We got to do it sooner and gentle, so it's fun and it's easy. But it doesn't take 10 years to change. It takes a moment in time. It takes us 10 years to build the courage to make the change. So hopefully we condense that time frame while y'all are with me. And I remember that, right? My breaking point, the moment that I was on my knees, it took maybe, if I had to guess, 20 seconds to truly surrender. And nothing was ever the same again. I finally fully chose. And all of the manifestations that I had wrote for years, really it was, I think maybe the previous 6 months to a year, but years as well, all snapped together within just a few months. And they were wildly different things. I actually just looked at this old journal, I think like 2 weeks ago. I had drawn in the summer of 2015, y'all. I've not been on this journey that long, at least not getting it right, I should say. In the summer of 2015, I had drawn this little picture of me where I was at then, and it was really sad and decrepit and, foggy mentally. I didn't know anything, my truth. I was sad and I was sleepy and all that jazz. And I drew myself in 6 months. I actually write about this in the 8 Secrets to Powerful Manifesting because it works so well when you're in that nice high frequency. And I'd forgotten all about it. And then the 6 months from then drawing was me on a little plane, and I put first class, because I'd never been in first class. I was always flying Spirit or something, so I was like, it'd be so cool. I wonder what they do in first class. That'd be really cool. And then I had a little heart and a little dollar sign, and life was just good and gravy. And I felt, I was like meditating, and like my little stick figure crisscross applesauce, and I just looked so happy. And I wrote bullshit at the bottom, like I'm above the bullshit, because I knew I'd judge myself for it, but I was like, I just get sucked into all this all the time. 6 months to the day, I was in first class with my now husband, starting my business. What? Crazy! I didn't know him at the time. I had nothing. To the day. So I want you guys to type this in the comments section or say it out loud if it feels good, because I really want to embed this in y'all. It doesn't take you 10 years to change. And then also this. Let's write it a different way. It takes you 10 years to make the choice, not the change. It takes you 10 years to make the choice, not the change. The change happens instantaneously. Bloop. We're there. And I'm not saying that like everything in our physical reality immediately shifts. The 3D lags a little bit because it's denser, right? Things like this, me, you, cars and all that stuff, it's matter. It's matter made manifest. So it takes a little bit to reconstruct itself sometimes. I also believe that that's a belief. I'm gonna burp. Excuse me. And so if I look at the true manifestations that I want, I know that they can happen instantaneously because all I'm focusing on is getting on the emotional frequency in which it already exists. So how do we get on the frequency where it already exists? Everybody has blocks in different areas. I've noticed this. I call people, we're all perfect snowflakes. I'm a little different as to why I am the way I am. You're a little, different because of the ways, or the reasons, I should say, of why you are the way that you are. But there's a trilogy that consistently works so that we can hit it at all angles. And this is why it's a 3-day event, because we want to talk about mind, emotions, and energy. The mind. Let's actually work backwards here. Energy first. Energy is the fastest way to get to what you want, right? Who's a healer in here? Any healers? You're probably all healers, whether you know it or not. But you might be like, I use energy work, I cut my cords, I clear my chakras, I whatever it is. You just use energy. Now ask yourself, do you ever dive into your mind? Or are you afraid to? Do you ever utilize your emotions to help you manifest? Do you have what you want in life? So energy in and of itself is the fastest way. That's what creates those quantum leaps. But it doesn't stick sometimes without the mind and emotions. So emotions are the vehicle. The way we feel is the vehicle to what we desire. It's our fuel, and it's the fastest way to feel what we want, therefore bring forth what we want, because the more that we feel in the frequency that we desire, the more that the 3D things and the matter can move itself in such a way that it can meet those expectations. Quantum physics, I guess we could say. And then the mind. And this is why I like to do the mind first, because your mind is probably going to be the one that's going to have the most ish at first. Don't worry, I got you. We're getting heady today. But the mind is what builds the foundation underneath the manifestations, allows for you to continue to rise in vibration, know yourself, and understand why you didn't have what you wanted in the first place. We are humans for a reason. We're so much more than that, but we are humans for a reason. We were gifted a mind. We need to utilize it and understand it. Cool. So how do we understand the mind? How do we understand our energy? How do we understand all of the blocks? Because I'm not really teaching you guys how to manifest. I am teaching you how to stop manifesting that which you do not desire. Counter manifestation. I coined that term years ago, and I freaking love it because that's really the essence of my work. We're still in philosophy, y'all. We haven't even gotten into the nitty-gritties yet. We are counter manifesting, but we are in fact manifesting all the time. We just don't know what we're asking for, right? We talked about that. So imagine a tree. Right? Let's go ahead and draw it. So we've got a tree here. We've got some branches. Nobody said that I was good at drawing, and I know there's a pole in the way. You guys can figure this out, right? And then we've got some delicious little fruits. That's a leaf, just so you know. There's a stem. Okay. So here's the funny thing. The fruits are what y'all are after. Typically, right? Financial abundance. You could even say, soulmate, happiness, purpose work, all that jazz, right? The fruits are what we're all after. That makes sense. This is the focuses on the 3D life. This is what they yield. But no one focuses on the root. Which is why we never get there. Because the root, if I could write properly, southpaw, anybody? But the root here is typically somewhere else. You might be like, I want to understand my money blocks. There's probably some funky root that sits somewhere completely different than what you thought. But the root is a basic need that you have that most likely is not being met, and that's why there is no fruits. So the root is a need. All of our needs are important. We're going to be talking about this heavily today. Our needs are important. They should not be negated. But this root need could be the need for self-love. And for some reason, it's your guru right now and showing that you don't get the money, or you don't get the love, or you don't find your purpose, or whatever it is, because this is standing in the way. This is your soulful evolution. This is the emotional experience. This is the beautiful stuff at the root that we avoid it because we're afraid of it, right? Now, the branches are the things that we need to focus on, or the things that people typically focus on, whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, right? Sometimes we're focusing on this, well, I've got money problems and I need to save more money, or I need to get a better paying job, or whatever it is. We're focusing on these branches, but guess what? You hack one of them off, another one has sprouted up before you turn around. It's not the fastest way. That's the human game. Sitting there playing in the branches. Go to the root, pull that whole sucker out. That's my philosophy. And this is why it's my philosophy. Does that feel good, though, everybody? Does that all make sense? You with me still? Okay, cool. Let me explain why I'm so hot to trot on the roots real quick. So something I didn't share about my story, this is one of the more beautiful parts. Once I had my come to Jesus moment, if you will, I studied in Norway, or more, I was studied in Norway. And most of you may not know this story, so I'll give you the condensed version, but at least enough to know what it's about. So I, for some crazy reason, find myself in a lot of rooms with scientists and physicists and doctors and some really freaking cool people on the planet that are doing amazing things for humanity, usually behind the scenes as well. So I had this friend who has a bunch of clinics around the world, and it's all technology-based, but it's health-based. So I went there, we were going to do some research, and I was actually going to optimize my health because I was having some liver issues, didn't know it, go figure, anger was still sitting in me. And we got there, this was in Norway, and we're doing lots of different studies and geeking out, and the sciencey part of me and the lineage on my father's side is just like, yeah, I'm loving this. And I found myself in rooms with individuals who had psychosomatic illnesses. So psychosomatic illnesses, for those of you who may not have heard that term before, it is physical ailments that have been manifested by the mind. So there's a device that can actually detect if someone's physical ailment is in fact psychosomatic or if it's purely physical. Sometimes it's a mix of the two, right? But anyone who had something psychosomatic, my friend who, the scientist who owned the clinics would kind of call me in, and I would sit with the individual and we would have them hooked up to technology, so we were getting like real-time feedback. And I would, it's now my EME certification practitioner program, but I would talk to them. Completely intuitive conversation, or at least so I thought. And I remember the craziest roots as to why people were dealing with the ailments that they were dealing with. It was wild, absolutely wild. And I tell this story a lot because it was just the one that really made me go, holy crap, am I going to start teaching manifestation? Because people need to know how powerful their thoughts really frickin' are. There was this woman, I write about this in my book as well, and she had a heart problem. And she was young and didn't make sense, pretty healthy. So when she had done her original diagnostics, it showed that this particular issue was primarily psychosomatic. And so they called me in, and she was Lithuanian, and so we did have a translator. I didn't speak her language, she didn't speak mine. So it took me about 4 hours instead of 2, gosh darn it. But we were talking, and I'm trying to figure out the root. Now, trigger warning, I talk about these things very openly, but it's not my intention to trigger y'all. She had been very brutally beaten and raped in the woods when she was 18 years old. So of course I'm thinking, okay, this is trauma related, this is this specific thing, it must be it. But again, we got her hooked up in real time. It's not that. She went to therapy, therapist did a fantastic job. That was not causing the current issue that we were trying to understand. So I'm sitting there all sitting intuitive ping, I'm like, tell me about your mom. Is she alive? What's going on? And she goes, she's actually about 6 weeks away from, per the doctors, passing away from cancer. And I think this is where my gifts kind of come in, I guess, but I know that we all have this gift. But I sat there and I was like, are you trying to die with your mom? Because she's the only form of love that you know? And once the translator told her, I'm looking for, is it in resonance? And she just started bawling. And I was like, hot fucking dog, that's insane. That her heart was, she was going to die. Her heart was stopping so that she could die with her mom because she perceived her mom was the only form of unconditional love and it wasn't worth living without her. Now, this wasn't completely conscious. It was buried in her. And I was like, if her thoughts and fears, and this is not something to be afraid of, don't worry, y'all, but if her thoughts and fears could cause her heart to do some funky things, let's say, what else can it do? If it can manipulate matter, then it can manipulate matter, right? So anyways, she's totally fine. We talked it through. We figured it out. The cool thing happens when you find the root, it obliterates. So 99% of the problem sometimes is just pouring awareness and knowing what the heck we're running from, what the heck we're afraid of, right? Because once we get our brain on board, or our mind, I should say, to be more accurate, once we get our mind on board, and she was able to see that there is love outside of her mother, and she was actually just blocking the love from being experienced because her mom was the only safe form of love, well, by golly, we can change that, right? So the roots can be in the funkiest of places. So whenever you're trying to work through something, you're like, why do I keep thinking about my dad? Or whatever. People will come to me all the time, and we do our live events here at the Heartland, which is the retreat center that we have. Someone will come to me and they're like, Mandy, I want to manifest money. And I'm like, cool, let's talk about your dad. And they're like, what? I need to talk about my money problem. And I'm like, no, we don't, because that is the reason. The fruit, but the root is that your dad said that you were never going to be worthy, or, fill in the blank. And it just lived with them, and it became a part of them. And I call it like the carrot that dangles so lovingly, because when people are like, I don't want to learn through money, I'm like, what's your guru? I remember one of my clients, he was a very successful businessman in Miami, owned a bunch of juice shops. And he felt like he always had weight issues. He'd lost a ton of weight, but he felt like he just couldn't keep the weight off, or it'd fluctuate a lot. And he came to me and he's like, I just don't understand why I can't just keep the weight off, Mandy. And we talked about it, and I gave him, some things, and I said, you call me back, but you need to think about this for a second. Because I don't like giving answers, I like to empower people to find it themselves. I believe all the answers are within you. My job is just to peel off the stuff that's making you not access them. Because you're your own guru, right? And so I was like, I want you to think about this, da-da-da. So he calls back and he goes, I figured out my guru. And he's like, the weight loss keeps standing in my way because I need to heal the lack of love that I got from my father. because of the way that I was treated growing up. And then, I use weight in different ways, but it has always followed me around because it's teaching me something so beautiful. And I was like, cool, you ready to change your guru then? Let's not learn through pain anymore, right? Because how many of you are motivated by pain? How bad does it have to get before you'll shift, before you'll move, before you'll change? It's okay, I was there too. We wait till things are bad enough, or, if it's just status quo, that's the most dangerous place to be, is when it's just enough. Right? Now, this is the part of my philosophy that I really, really hope y'all lean into. And I think it's the one that gets the most resistance to at first, which is love. The frequency of love. So going back to, my clinical days, the informal research, if you will, there were two twins. These two twins, they had different, issues that they had come for. One had a severe bee allergy, like anaphylactic shock, not good. The other one, no allergy at all. Interesting, because they were identical twins. So we tried to figure this out, right? Why would that be? What could happen here? What I came to find out was that during when they were younger, during their childhood, they were playing out in the woods, and they, the two boys, and they came across a beehive, apparently, and the bees swarmed them. One twin ran further into the woods and got swarmed and stung and was lost for a few hours till they found him. One twin ran home and was comforted by mom. Guess who had the allergy? The one that didn't receive the comfort of mom. The one who got lost, and that experience was then registered as a trauma. Interesting. Again, total physical thing, manifested into the world, manifested into the body, based on an emotional experience. A not good emotional experience, but nevertheless, an emotional experience. So that made me, not that particular thing, because I think it was something I was born with, but that really solidified and made me understand that love really is the lubricant of light. You heal faster, both mentally and physically. And the space that is held in love can truly conquer all things. Believe it or not, the world of therapy, thank God, I train a lot of therapists and psychiatrists, and I learn from them too. But something that they are really on board with, and it was one of the main reasons that I actually didn't want to get licensed. My ego wanted to get licensed, but my heart was like, don't do it, was because I wanted to be able to tell people that I loved them. I wanted to hug them. I wanted them to know that everything was going to be okay if I truly believed it. And I was like, okay, I don't want all the rules. But that incredible frequency of love, the world of therapy, is really starting to understand. It's the frequency of coherence. Maybe you've heard of people talk about that. But it is the most untapped resource when we are understanding ourselves. And it is the most important piece to rapid transformation in our developmental journey. Whether that is in healing, in just self-development and growth, whatever you want to call it. Love is vital. Now, you may have a really incorrect definition of love right now. I know I did. My definition of love was love is unsafe, love doesn't last, love is self-sacrifice, love is manipulation. So if someone said love, I'd be like, ew, gross. But there is another frequency of love, and it is wild, and it is unconditional, and it is felt in a completely different way, and it knows no bounds, and there's no right or wrongs. You don't have to be anything to receive it. It's not conditional. But it is wildly, wildly healing. My very first book was Love, It's How I Manifest. Because with the frequency of love, because it's so high vibrational, when you live in a state of love and coherence, you are connected to all that is. You're connected to the grid of energy. Therefore, you can manipulate it that much faster. You can manifest faster. You're in that beautiful high vibration. And I remember understanding this. This is why I put this into the practitioner programs that I created after that, was this psychiatric nurse. She was shadowing me. She was like, I want to understand how in the heck you are getting results so fast. These people are coming out and they're good to go. And I was like, I didn't even know that this was going to be the case. This is so freaking cool. I didn't know I had this ability, right? And I was like, I got to teach people how to do it. So she's like, can I shadow you just to try to, because I was like, I don't know how to teach you what I'm doing. I don't know how to explain it. Now, of course, we have a whole program. Thank God for my incredible team and my husband who helped me understand and put it into steps what I was doing to help people so fast. But I was intuitive. I didn't know. And so she sat through a couple sessions, and at the end, she's like, can I ask you a couple questions? And I don't remember the other questions. The one she asked me, she said, what is it? And I was like, what is what? And she's like, what is it that's coming off of you? It's palpable. I can feel it in the room. And I understood then what she was saying, and I was like, I've never thought about it. But if I had to call it something, it's unconditional love. Or at least the highest version of it I can access. I see the soul, the patient, the person in front of me, and they're so whole to me. And I love them so much. And I see the greatest version of them, and that's how I treat them. That's how I talk to them. I bring that frequency in, I think. I don't know. It seems to be what's happening. I don't know how else to explain it. But I was like, I love them so much. And y'all, I have worked with people who have done really heinous things, and I've worked with people who have had the heinous things done to them. My love has no bounds. It's the same. And when you can give that to someone, and they feel that non-judgment, that true understanding of who they are, and they feel heard maybe for the first time in their life, it's game over. It's so beautiful. Okay, shifting over. You guys, okay, good. Tears coming through. Good. I'm glad you guys can feel my essence. That means a lot to me. That's my intention. So we talked about counter-manifesting, right? I want you guys to have a little bit of a visual on this. I'm not going to draw. I just remembered that I should rip this off. It's a simple visual. Don't worry. Woo. It's gone. So I want you to imagine what you say you desire. Now, I'm going to say consciously and unconsciously a lot. When I'm saying unconsciously, we're going to start turning that into the subconscious as well. So just know that sometimes my verbiage, it kind of sounds a little fluid. Like I might say universe, and sometimes I'm trying to say something like God, because I don't want to lose you guys. I don't want the way that I say things, because you may have religious programming, you may have different perceptions of it. So just know sometimes I'll use like 3 words for the same thing. I'm just trying not to lose you. So imagine the things that you say you consciously desire, right? You're like, I want the Ferrari, or I want, self-love, I want whatever it is, right? You consciously say that you desire it. So let's just imagine energy going off in one direction. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Now let's say that you're someone who does meditation, or maybe you do a couple mantras in the morning. Let's say for an hour a day, which is really a lot, I guess, you are very intentionally working on your conscious desire, right? However, let's say that in your subconscious, or what you are unconsciously telling yourself is, yeah, but love isn't safe. Yeah, but money's evil. We have to do these things before we get there. It could fall apart. There's all of this oppositional energy. And guess what? Even if you sit there for an hour a day and you feel even fantastic about your mantras, your affirmations, the things that you're thinking of, we still have 23 more hours of the day. We still have, I can't do math like that, whatever fraction of the percentage those 23 other hours are of our energy going potentially in a completely opposite direction. So of course, we're getting back really contradicting things. And if we just want to go by ratio, if I've got 1 hour of the day versus 23 hours of the day, energetically speaking, guess which one I'm going to get more often? But I'm not aware of it. I don't know why that's happening. It's all in my mind, and I've buried it because it protects me. It keeps me safe. It makes it so that I don't get rejected again. It makes sure that I'm going to stay where I am forever. It means that I'll never be abandoned. Whatever root sits here, and there's a heck of a lot of them, and it is so freaking exciting and cool when we get to understand what they are, because then you go, oh my God, bullshit, right? But we have oppositional energy, and that's where counter-manifestation happens. So the intention over these next 3 days, and of all of my work, and I selfishly hope that this is not the only time we're going to spend together. I hope that you guys will be with me for life, because the people who do that, oh my gosh, it is so freaking cool seeing their lives today. Anyway, I digress. Had to toot my horn for a second. So when we have that energy that is no longer oppositional, it starts to come in unison, because now our subconscious mind and the unconscious things that we tell ourselves are also the conscious desires. They match. Oh, I want this, that, and the other. Of course, let's do it. We deserve it. That sounds exciting. Oh my gosh, can you imagine how fast shit would happen if we're in that vibration where all of our energy, all of our consciousness is now in unison? Whew. It's so good. It's so good. It's so cool. But those roots, again, are in funky places. We have to understand them. We have to address them. So let's go ahead and do an exercise in just a moment. I'll tell you a story so that it makes sense, because I want you guys to start understanding your fears a little bit more. The true fears, okay? So way back in the day, when I first started Authentic Living, which is, my company, before it was even Authentic Living, in essence, I was Mandy Morris, helping men start over. I was helping men heal extreme trauma. But anyway, it was before, pre-Authentic Living, right around that point. I had decided, okay, I guess I'm not joining the Peace Corps. I guess I'm really doing this. I'm helping people, and I'll help them as long as, God keeps throwing it my way, kind of thing. And I had decided that I would do an event, my first event ever. I'm going to burp, I think, but it's not coming out. So I had all of these incredible, clients come into me. It was at the time where I could still do some one-on-one work. Really almost impossible now. But I was able to do all that stuff, and I had this really big financial month. Not big anymore to me, I suppose, but it was like half of my salary, in my old job, in 1 month. And I was like, holy shit. Not only am I fulfilled because I'm helping people, I'm making money now doing it. This is what? Now, of course, I was not prepared for that level of abundance, and I sabotaged it. So I was thinking, oh, this is going to stay this way forever. I'm good to go. Like, I figured it out. And so I ended up, giving most of the money away, helping people, doing the things that I typically do. Next month, nothing. Dry as a dry riverbed. And I'm like, I know this is something in me. I know it's a block of mine, but where the heck is it? This is so weird. Consciously, I'm like, nothing but good things came from it. I helped a bunch of people. I always tithe. Oh, by the way, side note, y'all, just so you know, because of this event, because of what you paid, 300 people are eating because of you. Just wanted to let you know, you guys are freaking amazing. 300 souls were fed because of you. We always tithe. So anyways, I was like, I did the right things. What the frick? This doesn't make any sense. I was so frustrated. But I was like, I know this is mine. I assume responsibility with love. I need to go inward and see what I'm afraid of. And so I sat there. I was actually with one of my friends at the time. And I sat there in this, I guess meditate. I don't really meditate. I should. Don't do like me. My meditations are like sitting outside, staring at trees, talking to my higher power, journaling. I'm a little bit too to just like sit for 3 hours a day. And so I was sitting in my version of meditation, closed my eyes, took a couple deep breaths, and I was like, what are you afraid of? And I love you, so you can release the information now. And I feel like, my subconscious, my mind, whatever we want to call it, I was like, you're going to lose Oliver. My husband, my now husband, he was my boyfriend at the time, and I was like, that's so weird. And so I picked it apart. I was like, why would I lose Oliver by being successful? And something I didn't share in my story, bless my mom. We've had a crazy journey. She's now one of my best friends, but my God, we've had a journey. I am the walking embodiment of you can heal your whole family. But my mom, she was really badly taken advantage of financially. She was the breadwinner. She was very independent, and it didn't go very well for her. And she really had to kind of stay in. I know that the masculine and feminine words are a little bit of a trigger nowadays, so I'm not talking about gender at all. I'm talking about energy. But she lived in a form of masculinity that didn't allow for her to embrace the more gentle parts of her. And so I perceived that that's what was needed to be successful. So I started to become afraid that I would turn into a version of me that Oliver would no longer find attractive, because I would be abrasive, and I would be hurt and in pain and aggressive, or all of these things. So untrue. But I believed it to be true somewhere inside of myself, and I ensured that I did not experience the pain of losing Oliver, because I thought I could have this or I could have this. Financial abundance or love, and I chose love every single time. And so I went to Oliver and I said, this is a really weird fear. Logically, it doesn't make sense, but it's what came out. I'm afraid of losing you, and I realized it's because of my past and what I've seen and all this stuff. And he's like, hell no, it's wonderful. This is amazing. It's amazing to see you in your element. It's sexy. It's, all of these things, because he was such a centered and balanced man. But I'd never known that. I'd never been with that. Every person I dated prior was like, stay small. You're not worth anything. And so I was like, whoa, this is healing on all different levels, right? So I decided that every time that I made a little bit of money and I helped someone, that we would celebrate. And so we'd take a bath, or we would go out to dinner, or we would sit and talk, because I just love to sit and talk with him. So I started to rewire the reward for bringing abundance in, instead of continuing to spiral in and not address the fear that I would lose him because I would become a version of me that he would no longer like. Wild, isn't it? So this is what I want to do for those of you who are capable of a breakout I'm going to do a breakout. We're going to do a 15-minute breakout, so you guys have more time to share. Absolutely. Good, good, good. Okay, and for those of you who are not joining in the breakouts, then feel free to post it up in the chat box. What I want to hear is, and this is kind of a weird question, so think about it for a moment if you've never heard this question before. What is the worst thing that could happen if I got everything I wanted? What is the worst thing that could happen if I got what I wanted? And I hope you take this question with you for the rest of your life. And when you do it with love, your subconscious will release some really incredible information. And you will see why you don't have it yet. Because you have a false fear behind it. What is the worst thing that could happen if you got what you wanted? So jot that down, and then feel free to post it in the group, or head to the breakout rooms. I'll see you guys in 15 minutes.
Just a young gun with a quick fuse. I was uptight, wanna let loose. I was dreaming of bigger things and wanna leave my old life behind. Not a yes sir, not a follower. Fit the box, fit the mold, have a seat in the foyer. Take a number. I was lightning before the thunder.
Thunder, thunder, thunder,
Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, thunder. Thunder. Kids were laughing in my classes while I was scheming.
Yeah!
Who you think you are? Dreaming about being a big star. They say you're basic, they say you're easy. You're always riding in the backseat. Now I'm smiling from the stage while you were clapping in the nosebleeds.
All right, y'all. Woo-hoo. We got to dance off some of those fears for a sec, right? So I want to talk about the breakout rooms really quickly. I know the energy here is incredible. Thank you. I agree. I freaking agree, man. And we're just getting started. So we got a lot to uncover. So the breakout rooms, as a reminder for those of you who join us tomorrow, because I know some of y'all are in work today, you'll go to a different one every time most often. You might see familiar faces, right? And reminder, some people may not get on the screen. You might be the only one who's sitting there just totally being seen. And one of the things that my practitioners always end up finding out a couple weeks into the program is how triggered they get, but they're aware of it. And I'm like, ooh, so odd that you're triggered. They're like, did you plan these triggers? I'm like, I cannot confirm or deny. So everything is feedback. Everything that shows up over the next couple days, y'all, please be paying attention to it. If you're like, oh, I'm so pissed that no one's in the breakout room, or I can tell that no one's really opening their heart fully. Interesting. That sounds like feedback to me. Everything's a sponge and we wring it out and see all of the juicy goodness of what we tell ourselves and why we tell ourselves what we tell ourselves that shows up as such. Okay? Please see everything as feedback. Every thought that comes up from your past, every trigger you experience in real time, all the techie issues, thank you guys for being understanding with that, everything in between. This is all feedback, because ultimately, us maintaining a high vibration, in essence, to me at least, means we become really unshakable, right? We go, I wonder what that means. Ooh, this is interesting. I saw in the chat box folks saying, already just getting curious about my fear is helping so much. It is empowering. We're not disassociating from the fear and all that jazz, but we're creating some distance so we can see it for what it is. I call it the 5 steps back method. Whenever I find myself triggered or frustrated or sad or just feeling off in general, I know I've experienced something that is there to help me better understand myself, some feedback as to why I am where I'm at, and knowledge of where to go from here. Cool? Okay, another piece too, for those of you who are not able to join the breakouts now, please make it a must tomorrow. You gotta play full out. I don't know if any of you have heard the power of prayer, but the more that you are speaking out what you are experiencing, especially as we start talking about some really cool things, it allows for, have you ever heard the saying, the best ideas come in the shower? So the reason that is, when you're doing those seemingly mundane things, is because your subconscious is processing. Now, you're not doing mundane things when you're sharing, but you are allowing for yourself to further embed the learning into you by getting into the breakout rooms, talking about it. Whether that's talk to the person that's in the room with you. I know I saw a couple couples here. Whatever it may be, but the more that you digest it, you dissect it, you talk about it, you speak it into existence, the more powerful it truly is. Your voice has a frequency attached to it, and it's powerful, just like your thoughts. Your voice is so powerful. So, yeah. So we've got a couple other things I want to go into, then we'll take a quick meal break, and we are jumping into the mind, hot and heavy, for the rest of the day, basically. So there's something called the dominant frequency effect. This is something, most of the things I'm sharing with y'all, it's things I've coined, or I've talked about, or I have to call it something so that you kind of understand it. You can call it something specific, right? So the dominant frequency effect is, in essence, exactly what it sounds like. It is the dominant frequency in which you house and hold. Now, you are an energetic being, so you're always oscillating a little bit. You're going to be shifting a few octaves above and below, let's just say. But you do have typically a dominant frequency in which you exist on. That could literally be like the frequency of anger, of stress and fear, anxiety. It could be primarily happiness. And you might be like, I experience a lot of different ones. But you usually have a dominant frequency. So I want you to start thinking about what your dominant frequency is. If you had to define it, if you had to label it, and I just want to hear this in the chat box, y'all, for those of you who want to share. What's your dominant frequency? And this is not the time to start judging yourself if you're like, I feel like shit all day long. This is the time to get curious. Just like when I was reading what y'all were saying of your fears, and by the way, let's go backwards because I want to address that too while you guys are talking. Fear, anxiety, impatience, sadness, happy, I like it, joy, love, anxiety, salted fish. I don't know what that means, but I think that's a saying that maybe I'm not aware of. So all of those different things that we experience and we feel, right? So going backwards, when y'all were talking about the things that you're afraid of, a lot of the things I saw was, I don't think I can maintain it. I could get it all and then I could lose it. That was one of my fears. I'll lose everybody. Or it'll turn into a version of me that is not so great. Or I'll try and I'll try and I'll try and I'll never even get there. So I'd rather not really try wholeheartedly because then I would fail and I would know I fully failed. This is the coolest thing that you're going to have to trust me on right now, but you will see for yourselves. As you continue your evolutionary growth as a soul here on this crazy planet called Earth, the more that you step into the grandest version of you, and you love every version that you think is not grand, and you grow. I'm not saying that people don't come in and out. I'm not saying that you'll always maintain everything in perfect, the way that you're wanting it right now based on your current belief system. What I can say is it's way more beautiful than that. And the cool thing is, this is the part you'll have to trust me on, is that as you grow and evolve, there's a version of you, kind of like I said earlier, that you just haven't met yet. And they know how to handle it. And they see it for what it is, which is beautiful. And the type of pain that you perceive it would produce today, or the type of result you perceive it would produce today, does not exist in the version of you that has obtained it. It's just that you haven't met that version of you yet. So you're trying to understand something that's not really logically understandable. Does that make sense? I remember when I started on my journey, and you guys know a little bit of my background, I was not just friends with drug dealers. I was doing some stupid shit too. And I remember when I first really said, no more. I'm not going to be in abusive relationships anymore. I'm not going to be a person that I'm not proud of being anymore. I am done. There's got to be something else, and I'm going to go as wholeheartedly as I can, and I'm going to love myself along the way. So many people that I knew, and that knew me, or perceived that they knew me, right? They knew a version of me. They were like, who the fuck do you think you are? You just think that you're just going to become this different person? Oh, you're just going to grow and evolve and da-da-da. And I was just teared down, to be honest with you. But thank goodness, I had the awareness to go, this is not where I'm going to stay. This is not for me anymore. And there were moments where some of my closest loved ones stepped away because they didn't understand my walk. But I said, I trust. I trust that if they're meant to come along in this journey, then they will show up. And I am not allowed to control everything anymore. And I'm certainly not allowed to be a version of me that they feel comfortable with, but that makes me absolutely miserable. There's got to be an infinite number of realities that are available to me. There has to be one where they come with me, and I have all that I want. I'm not living in the or reality anymore. I can have success, but I have to be a shitty person. I can have this, or I can have this. How many of you live in the or reality? This or that, and you really think, and this happens unconsciously for all of us, we think we have to sacrifice something to gain something else because, hello, society has taught us that, right? You want to be successful, sacrifice your time. You want to be this, that, and the other, sacrifice your health. You want to do this, sacrifice your love, your integrity, your whatever. That is a fallacy. That is absolutely untrue. Only your consciousness will make it true for you, but it is not true, and it does not have to be true, thank God. But there's a version of you as those things happen that you're like, it's okay, I understand. And by golly, those folks would always come around. I remember some of my family calling me. It took a couple months. It was a long couple months. I wasn't even sure if I was going to fail yet or not. So I was like, oh God, what if I got to go back with my head hung saying, well, guess it didn't work out, right? But I put my head down and I grew and I ran for myself. And those folks started calling me and they're like, what are you doing? I can feel you. You look happy. Why aren't you trying to shove it down my throat? Because I was embodying what I was feeling. I was leaning into my growth for me, not to prove anything to the world anymore, not to be afraid of failure, nothing. It was just me against me. And soon it became me supporting me. And it was wildly, wildly beautiful. So all of the fears that you currently have, I understand them. I really do. But they do not have to be real. And most often, as you start this journey, you find the support, the understanding, even if it's intellectual understanding, as well as like emotional centeredness that shows you that your fears, although they should be heard because they need to be conquered, that they weren't true. They really didn't make all that much sense. Kind of like me thinking I was going to lose Oliver, right? I had tons of fears of success, that I would be alone, that my family wouldn't understand, that they'd think that I was pretentious. And every once in a while, that would start showing up just to see if I would take the bait, just to see if I would allow that part of me to snag it. And I'd go, oh, there's still something unhealed here, a fear coming up. I'm really curious. Wonder why. And it would be gone as quickly as it came. It's that empowerment. So shifting back to the dominant frequency. So I think you guys know this by now and what we've been talking about, but as a reminder, we experience frequencies, energy, vibrations, whatever you want to call it, bits of data all the time, constantly. You are processing most of it unconsciously. You're not totally aware of it, but there is so much happening all the time. I kind of imagine it like, how a dog can sense an earthquake before the earthquake, or some animals can see things that we cannot see. There's so much happening beyond our senses. That doesn't mean it's not happening, right? And so one of the biggest things that happens that we cannot physically see is the transference of energy that we're always interacting with. We're all little antennas. And we're sending out and receiving, and the biggest piece is interpreting what all of this information or these frequency signatures mean. And our dominant frequency, when we're a little bit more unconscious about it, is dictated by it, right? So you could be having a peachy keen day, but then your boss comes in and yells at you, and whoo, you are off for the rest of the day. Your dominant frequency is low. You're anxious, you're frustrated, you want to quit, or you want to people please. Again, everyone does something different, right? Our reaction is different. But there is something we walk around dominantly experiencing. And I bet it'll be interesting as you start to think about this, or as you have thought about this, is, oh my gosh, My dominant frequency, I tend to revisit it every single day. For me, my dominant frequency most of the time was anger. I didn't look angry because I suppressed it, which is why my liver was shutting down years ago. But it was anger. I was so angry at my life. I was so angry at how unfair and unjust the world was. I was angry at the darkness in the world. I thought, why can't everyone be good people? Blah, 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 blah. But I chose anger because anger was better than hopelessness for me. Most often, we choose anger because anger allows for us to feel a little bit more in control. I'm totally going on a tangent right now. This has nothing to do with the lesson, but I think it's helpful. Anger is typically what we choose because we don't want to feel the hopelessness or the lack of control. And that was me. And so I found, oh my gosh, if that's where I'm typically sitting, of course my life looks as it does. I'm not judging myself anymore for it, but I'm really curious as to why that's the dominant frequency that I've unconsciously chosen. Why is that my safe space? Why is that so familiar? And it's very obvious if you look at, my life. Of course, that would be a very familiar thing. It's outrageously painful, but it's certain. I can count on it. I know what to do with it. I know how to maintain status quo, which was good enough for me because I could control everything from there. So what is your dominant frequency? Now I'm going to give you tools. When we start jumping into the mind, we have so much to go into. I know I keep saying that because I'm thinking about it. I'm just really excited to share it with you all. But what right now do you perceive is the emotional feeling or the definition of all that you experience? And if you can see it without any judgment or any shame, you'll see it for what it is. Why? Why do I cycle through hopelessness so much? Why do I cycle through injustice? Why am I numbing out? Why do I not even want to feel? Beautiful. Aha, hopelessness, dominant frequency. I'm living in fear so I don't have to try, so that I don't fail. That was me too. That saying, what is it? Be a big fish in a small pond. I was so good at pretending that I looked like I was excelling. I'm getting the degree. I got like a kind of a corporate job after the junkyard. I got a decent job. Like on paper, I guess I looked like I was doing all right. I was dying inside because I knew I had so much potential. So then I would judge myself for not doing more, but I was so afraid of failing. Start a business and risk no one doing anything? No way. That's so unsafe. I wasn't sturdy enough, we'll call it. I didn't have the resilience and the self-love to say, that's okay. Failure has nothing to do with who you are. You are self-identifying with something that's actually outside of you. I couldn't register that at the time. So I lived by it. I ensured that I maintained it to keep myself safe. What a beautiful act of love. What a beautiful act of love for myself. What a misconstrued one, though. What a way to live life, right? So I want to give you guys one thing before we go on our little snack, lunch break, dinner break, whatever we want to call it, nap break, because I want you guys to do this over the break as well. Let's do it like every 10 minutes. You guys it's going to drive you nuts. You might hate me for it. But typically, this is how we do this. I'll give you 2 versions, but I wanted to do a condensed form so that you've got something that you can walk away with today, during the break, I should say. Much more to walk away with later. It's called Energetic Check-ins. It is an entire chapter in one of my books because it's so powerful. This is one of the greatest ways to really understand your dominant frequency, and then don't worry when we talk about how to handle whatever we find later on this afternoon. It'll make more sense. But right now, energetic check-ins. Usually, this is every hour on the hour that you are awake. Again, you might hate me for a little bit. What you're going to do is when that alarm goes off, hopefully it's on your phone or you got a sticky note or whatever, however you notify yourself, you're going to stop, be mindful, and go, what do I feel right now? What's my dominant energy? The cool reason that I do this, or the cool thing that happens for the reason in which we do this, whatever I'm trying to say, is that you might be like, dang, 60 minutes ago, I was feeling fucking great. I was vibing high. And you're like, now I'm feeling a little anxious. You wouldn't have caught it. You wouldn't have caught it if you didn't stop. But now we only have 60 seconds to break apart instead of 60 years of life to figure out where the hell did the inception point start, right? And now we start becoming aware of our triggers, which we're going to talk about for the majority of the afternoon, in essence. We start seeing what caused our vibration to dip in the first place. Because some things don't cause a dip, right? So why does some things resonate with us and cause us to dip? Why do we all have different reactions to things as well? That's interesting to me. I'm curious, right? Like if your boss came in and yelled, some of you might get anxious, right? Some of you might get sad. Some of you might get really angry. You might all have very different triggers and emotional reactions. We're going to talk about why that is. But you will then shift into, most likely, if you weren't already there, a different frequency. And if there is a lot of things that trigger you throughout the day, well, then no wonder we're not manifesting what we want, because we're sitting in a funky space that is not authentic to us, that is not high vibrational, and that is unhealed. So it's just a small part of us, but we've decided to put all of our consciousness into one unhealed part of us instead of the vastness and beauty of what we really are. So we're going to do a 30-minute break, but we're going to dance right before we go, so we start off on a high vibe. And I'm really curious to see if after every 10 minutes up until the 30-minute mark, so start your clocks pretty quick here. In 10 minutes, you're going to check again. See if they shift. What's the dominant frequency? Maybe write them all down and then be like, okay, which one am I really feeling more strongly? Really try to feel it from your heart, not from your mind, right? Your mind's going to try and come in and be like, no, we feel fine. Everything's fine. Don't change anything. Don't listen to this crazy woman. She doesn't know what she's talking about. She'll change everything. So we have to make sure that we stay in that space. Cool? So every 10 minutes, what am I feeling? What's going on? And we'll do it 3 times. And then moving forward, please, especially over the next 3 days, I want you to do, when you're awake, hourly check-ins. And you'll probably be spending time with me, so this is kind of a funky time as well. Do it after. Do it for the next week as well. Eventually, you'll just become aware without like hypervigilance, like neurotic energy, but you'll become aware of your frequency so you know when it dips right then. So then instead of you going dip, let me ride the roller coaster all the way down, you go, oh, I'm dipping. Oh, let me stop that. Mandy taught me how. And then you are good to fucking go. Your vibration now starts to maintain itself, and then it starts to go higher and higher and higher. Let's do a little dance party real quick, though. Let's get the energy going, because we're talking about love. We find love everywhere we go. So dance it out, make it happen, and then I'll see you guys in 30 minutes.
We found love in a hopeless place.
It can pass you by. It can be your road. A road once traveling light. It can weigh you down. It can be your start. A new beginning. Shine a light, don't shy away. You've got more than it takes, you know. You know. Shine a light, don't hide away. You are more than you say, you know. Oh. Life, it can feel on hold. It can feel like mine.
All right, y'all ready to get started? Okay, so I was looking at all of the extra things that I last minute want to add in and teach you guys. So the mind is totally going to bleed into tomorrow as well. And then we'll jump into emotions tomorrow. Cool? Because I don't want to cut any corners. We only have 3 days together, and I could sit up here and talk for 10 years on all of the incredible things I want to share with you guys. So I'll be succinct, but I don't want to leave anything out that I know y'all need. Okay, without further ado, let's jump in. So I talked a little bit. We're going into the mind, y'all, okay? So buckle up. And again, everything that shows up from here is feedback, okay? It's all feedback. So every trigger that shows up as we talk about the mind, as we go into different things, just jot it down and be like, that's an interesting, random, intrusive thought. Or, wow, I wonder why all of a sudden I'm thinking about that one time as a child, bubble. I don't know, whatever it is. It's all feedback, I promise you. Your mind, your spirit, your energy is always giving you the signs that you need. We just have to open up our ears and our eyes and our senses so that we can start hearing them. Cool? So with all of this work, and this is really what the mind and my mind work was really all about. And this is what I do in my EME integration practitioner programs that I created and so forth, was understanding the mind with love. That is the biggest difference in my work, whether that's with all of the different therapeutic things that we do or in manifestation. I have a lot of different walks of life, if you will. It is the love component. I can't tell you how many therapists and counselors and incredible people in the world go, that is the one thing that's missing in our healing and in our growth, right? Have you ever been to like a self-development thing and they're like, hey, get it done, hey, you're not good enough. And it just feels like a little bit too, I don't know, it feels sticky to me. It feels a little rough around the edges. But when I feel like someone genuinely cares and there's a love component, a genuine love, I don't know, it's so freaking different. And so the mind and emotions and everything that we're tying in with energy here, that's the world that we're going to play in from this day moving forward. That is my vision. It's why I've created all the additional programs I have and the things that I hope that you guys will join. And I would love for you all to be practitioners selfishly as well. But regardless of wherever you're at in life right now, the methods we're going to talk about with the mind is useful for, again, I told you guys how many different types of folks I've worked with, right? Parents, teachers, coaches, counselors, therapists, light workers of all sorts. It will help you heal your own journey. And the cool thing that happens when we work on our minds and we start sorting ourselves out, we give everybody around us the gift of embodiment. And the gift of embodiment, and what I'm saying when I say that is, we show people and we house the frequency in which they seek. Something I teach in practitioners, but also something that I try to master myself, so that when you guys feel me, you go, she's got it going on. Yeah, I can tell she's walking the walk. One of the greatest compliments I receive is for folks who like are in my personal world as well. They're like, you're literally the same damn person on and off this stage, if you will. And I'm like, thank you. How the hell could we be any other way, right? Talk about misleading otherwise. But when we embody that and we understand our minds, we're good to go. Good to go. So we talked about the subconscious real. Let's dive right in. So the subconscious mind, I call it, or one piece of the subconscious mind that I've talked about for years is the subconscious real. If you're taking notes, now is the time, because I'm going to drill quite a bit in here. And again, make sure you still process it through your heart. Because you can have all this stuff up here. I did for years. Didn't do shit. My life still looked terrible. It wasn't until I put all of that light down into my heart and I processed it and I understood it in a completely different way to where I could embody what I was learning logically, what I was learning about life and trying to process in my mind all my trauma and all that stuff. When you process everything from your heart, much, much better and much, much faster as well. Manifesting from our heart versus our mind makes things way easier and literally faster, because the heart doesn't know the bounds. The mind is like the lasso going, whoa, 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 too fast, slow it down. No, we can't do that, right? All the fears that y'all talked about. But the heart knows different. So the subconscious real, what is it? In my definition, it is a complex compilation of our past and interpreted said past. So how we interpret the past, because most often we're seeing the past from, a certain lens. Has anyone ever been in like an art class growing up? And in the art class, remember we did this in like 3rd grade or something. I don't know how I remember this, but the teacher put something in the middle and all the students sat around and we all drew what we saw. And we compared our drawings, but they were all different because we all saw the same thing from a different perspective. That's life, y'all. You might be handed something, I might be handed something, and we might do completely different things with it. But will one come out triumphant, right? Will we see it from a view that serves us? Our subconscious real, in the way that I'm talking about it right now, if it's sabotaging you, is not seeing things appropriately. It's probably not seeing things better than it is. It's probably seeing things worse than it is. Our intention is not to, again, we don't need any toxic positivity or pretend that everything's great. Fake it till you fucking make it. Like, no, thank you. What I'm looking for is smack dab in the middle. What's the truth? I'm curious. What's the feedback? What's really happening here without all the emotional charge behind it and all the meaning we place and the self-identification that we have? So the subconscious real is a complex. It is complex, right? Because there's a whole lot of stuff going on in there. It's a complex compilation of our past and how we interpret said past. Interpretation is the operative word. It'll make more sense soon, I promise. So what do you think, let me know in the chat box, what do you think the subconscious real's purpose is? What do you think? What do you think? Protect us. Thank you. Exactly. It is here to protect us. I'm not saying it does it right. There's nothing wrong with wanting to protect ourselves. I get it. Safety, protect, punish, or call attention, right? Complex compilation of our past and how we interpret said past. And its job, if you will, is to protect us. But it's not protecting us in the now. It is protecting us from experiencing something painful in the past. That's what messes us up, is we start thinking something from the past is happening in the now, and then we bring it on board, and we try to live it out because it's unhealed. So the subconscious real is protecting us, right? Now, why is this important? Why do we want to talk about the subconscious real? Because the protection mechanisms that you currently have and the stored responses, the automatic responses that you have towards triggers, towards stimuli, towards life, may not be the healthiest options. I know for myself, normally when I was triggered, there was always something on the other side that was not so fun. My reactions were programmed in such a way to shut down, or to fight, or to run away, or to people please, to negate my needs in some way, shape, or form. It was not serving me. But my subconscious real was riddled with everything you guys heard about my story, right? I didn't even explain in fullness what all of those various traumas created. But you can imagine physical traumas, sexual traumas, all of the stuff, alcoholism and addiction in my family, all that. It created a lot of false perceptions of reality, but it was all that I knew. And so in my most formative years, that's what I took on. And each of you did in your own way. And it may not be the same as mine, although there is some pretty universal themes when it comes to the way that humans think. We're all also different. We're a perfect little snowflake, right? Why I am the way I am, or the way I was, I guess, might have been a little bit different. But your subconscious real holds all of that stuff, all of those fears and that pain, and it has some ideas of how to make sure that we survive. Again, it may not be the best option, or it may not be the option we need anymore. It may have worked once upon a time. If being quiet and not speaking your truth helped you not get beat as a child, I understand that's very important. That was the best option as a child. The unfortunate part is that we took it into the now and we continued to not speak our truth when we were no longer being abused. But it continues, and you can see what would not speaking your truth, just running with this idea here, what would not speaking your truth bring to your life? A lot of unmet needs is the first thing I can think of, right? It doesn't work long term, but it doesn't make it bad. We're not here to villainize any part of ourselves, especially the parts of us that are here to help us survive. They have a deep and important need, and that need must be met. But I will show you how to meet those needs in healthier and elevated ways and proactive ways so that it doesn't cause all the sabotage and all the issues that it's currently causing. Okay? Beautiful. So we talked about, with the subconscious real, let's go backwards actually. So our actions, our emotions, and our energy are sourced from the subconscious real more often than not. Now again, as we talked about earlier with that oppositional energy, eventually the subconscious real may not send oppositional energy. It's in unison, right? Now, not to say that I don't still have some parts of myself that will come up and be like, excuse me, I'm scared right now, but now I'm aware, because I've done energetic check-ins, I'm aware of my energy, so I can detangle it, which we're learning today and tomorrow and really the last day too. So it doesn't become a bad thing. But more often than not, the subconscious real starts to be in unison with the conscious mind, with the conscious desires, right? The subconscious real doesn't go, we can't have that, better be quiet, can't happen this way, all that stuff, right? And please post in the chat box, what does your subconscious real typically tell you? I'm curious. I bet you'll be like, ding, everyone's doing the same thing. Excuse me. I am not worthy. I'm scared of loneliness. I'm not smart. Guilty, I'm too old, disposable. Felt that one when my dad tried to kill himself. Telling me I'm not good enough. People will abandon me, I'm a fraud. Imposter syndrome is a huge one, y'all. Been there, done that too. Don't worry, I got something for everything. What's that song? Oxycontin, Xanax, weed, I got everything you need. Just kidding, no drugs. Hugs, not drugs. I'm not as successful as everyone around me. Like that loneliness, right? The false perception of separateness. I've noticed this, going off on one of my little tangents, I've noticed this. Most people who are in pain have forgotten that they are connected to all that is. They have a false perception of separateness. They believe that they are alone in their pain. They believe that they are alone or separate from the world or different. And not to say that we don't create environments that solidify it, right? You might not have many like-minded friends. You may not feel like you can be yourself, all, fill in the blank. But it is a false perception of separateness. And if you don't take anything else away from the next couple of days, I hope that you see that the thousands of souls that are going to be listening to this, and me, and the team behind the cameras that love y'all and know our mission and believe in it just as much, that there are people, they don't have to be just like you, but there are people who accept you and love you exactly as you are. I remember when I first met my now husband, I talk about him a lot, he's kind of a great guy. And when I first met him, I had so much self-rejection, more than I could have ever probably even explained. And he wrote it was his first card to me, and he said, I love all of Mandy. I love the rainbow of Mandy. Happy, sad, angry, frustrated, grumpy, everything. Everything that I rejected of myself because it wasn't happy and perfect and successful in every moment, I shoved all those parts of myself away. And I never allowed for myself to be whole because I thought that the only parts of me that were lovable, the only parts that the world should see were the pretty parts. And there wasn't a whole lot of pretty parts. So I was constantly in this state of separateness. False separateness. Chosen separateness even. But I didn't know any different. So even if you think that you're separate from the world right now and all of the beliefs you have, remember that's one part of you talking right now. It's not your soul. It's not all of you. And it does not have to be the story moving forward. But we will understand it and we will love on it in such a way that it feels heard. And it finally releases the chokehold it has on your life because you'll see that it really was a false sense, a fallacy in and of itself, lovingly so. So this oppositional energy, right? We're kind of going back and forth between it. So this has happened to me in my manifestations. I want to share one of my manifestation stories with y'all. So I remember before we had the house that we have today, so I am in the Authentic Living Heartland. This is the retreat center we have. Has anyone ever been to the Heartland? Most of you are new, so you're probably like, you have a retreat center? So that was one of my manifestations as well. So I'm actually sitting, we have a studio as well, but I wanted to be in a nice big room and feel like you guys were with me in the room. So I'm sitting in this retreat center, but I moved from Laguna Beach, me and my family, totally on a whim, divine guidance. We were sitting in a big, beautiful home in Laguna. We had everything we wanted, and the universe was like, you're supposed to get a retreat center. And I was like, well, if that's the call, then I must answer it. And so we moved to the middle of freaking nowhere and got this retreat center. So anyways, we lived in the retreat center for a bit. And that's not that, you don't always want to live where you work as well. There's a lot of, trauma healing and emotional experiences that everyone has here. And I was like, I think my kids would like to run around outside a little bit more. It's time for us to find a different home, but we liked the area. Could not find a home. Now for me, everything is feedback. So I'm not frustrated exactly, not yet. I'm like, all right, if we're meant to be here, talking to, my higher power, my higher self, or the grand scheme of existence, I'm like, if we're meant to be here, I need to see it. I need to see a house that feels good for our family. We have a certain style, da-da-da-da-da-da. So, of course, just about immediately, we go to this little charity event that our neighbors were putting on. They do equestrian therapy for troubled youth. And so we went there, and I met a gentleman there, and he's like, I haven't seen, you and your family around. I said, oh, we're kind of new, and, we keep to ourselves quite a bit. We're busy working all the time and all that jazz. But we're looking for a place, we do want to live in the area. And he said, I actually have a house for sale. And I was like, oh, this is really cool, okay. And he's like, I don't know, what your price range is or anything like that, but if you want, it's not done. He's a home builder. He's like, it's not completely done, but if you want, you can come check it out, tomorrow. Well, I'm like, well, sure, let's do that. And so the next day, I go and I look at our now house. And I'm like, wow, okay, I like it. I don't like the price tag. We just spent so much money on the retreat center. I'm up in my head thinking about it, right? I'm like, I asked for it. It's in front of me. But now I'm in my head. I'm like, well, I don't like that dollar amount. Well, I don't like this, that, and the other. And so I watched the house over the next maybe 3 months because I said, you know what? I don't want to put another down payment in. Like, we did so much with the retreat center and fixing it up. Plus that, 6 months ago, my money triggers, my old money triggers started coming up. And so I was like, nope, it's just not for me. It's starting to feel a little heavy. I was afraid, right? Had everything I wanted, and I became afraid. And so I was like, nope, that's not it. So I watched this house come in and out of my reality because I'd be like, I do want it. And I could feel, I was like, someone's going to end up buying it, and I'm going to kick myself in the ass about it. But I couldn't dive in. I didn't want to dive in and detangle the things I'm going to teach you today. I didn't want to, understand that. So finally I was like, enough is enough. Limbo is the worst place to be when you're manifesting. It doesn't matter, I'll talk about this in a minute, it doesn't matter what you choose sometimes, but being in limbo is the worst place to be in your manifestation process. Because what? Your consciousness is now fractioned off. You want it, you don't want it. So I was like, I know this is me right now, because I don't know what I want. That's all it is. I just don't know what I want. Because a part of me wants it, but the humanistic things, my subconscious reel is going, I don't know, what ifs, I don't like commitment, all that stuff. And so I decided to make it abundantly clear. Now this manifestation story I'm telling you today will tie into the last day when I give you one of the manifestation processes you can utilize moving forward. So stick with me. So I decided I would make it a yes or no. So I said, universe, if I'm supposed to stay here, and I'm just talking to the universe. The universe does not have a consciousness. I'm really, I don't know what I'm talking to when I say universe. The universe is just, a form of physics, to me. But just go with me here. And I was like, make it abundantly clear that we're supposed to get that house or not. And if I don't get an answer, I'm taking it as a no, and we're going to move to another state, and then we'll fly in for our events. We'll go back to Cali, I don't know, whatever it is, but clearly we're not meant to be here. In about 20 minutes, the owner of the house knocked on the door. This door, right behind me, because when you live in the country, nobody calls. They just show up. And so he knocks on the door, and he comes in, and we're sitting, and we're chatting, and he's like, man, I gotta ask you, why didn't you buy my house? And I was like, you know what? I haven't been honest. Let me be vulnerable. And I said, to be honest with you, oh, look, it's UPS. And I said, to be honest with you, I just don't want to make the payment. I really, I like to have a certain amount of cash that makes me feel comfortable. I was just really humanistic about it. I'm just being honest with y'all. I was like, I don't know, da 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 da. And he goes, oh, well, why don't I just carry the down payment for you? And that was one of my rules I had set. I'm so sorry. Worst storyteller in the world. Very important piece here. I said, make it abundantly clear, and I don't want to make a down payment. I didn't even know that was possible, y'all. And he comes in, knocks on the door 20 minutes later, and said, I will carry the down payment for you, if that's what you want. Y'all, I was on it. Done. We're in the house. Everything worked out perfectly. Even more abundance came in. No need for all of those things anyhow, but it perfectly met my rules. And I think we forget this sometimes. We're allowed to set rules and boundaries on our manifestations. We are that powerful, and it actually helps us, because now, because the human mind loves compartmentalization, we love constructs. Well, guess what? Now we have it. Now we get it. So I'm excited to share some of those things today, tomorrow, and then lay it on you if that's a manifestation process that you like, being really clear on it's this or it's this type of thing, right? And moving forward on the last day. So, but you can see, the house came in and out of my reality, not by anything outside of my own energy. My unsureness of what I wanted, my subconscious real saying something different than my conscious mind. And that's the longest I've ever avoided something. But I was kind of enjoying being in the limbo for a little bit until I was like, okay, this sucks, I don't like this, right? We always wait until we have to move and shake and shift. More stories, absolutely. Don't worry, I got plenty of them. So now shifting gears, something that you're going to see as we're talking about the mind, and believe it or not, this is a how-to in and of itself, is self-mastery. Manifestation in and of itself is self-mastery. I want you guys to really let that sink in. You're not mastering something outside of yourself. You are literally mastering all that is you. What you tell yourself, what triggers you, what reactions you choose, what energy, your dominant frequency, what you sit with all the time. You are mastering all of those, and everything else comes with it. Deeply, deeply empowering, the most empowering way to manifest is mastering thyself. Know thyself, and all will be granted to you. Create your destiny. Love it. Yes. So, self-mastery is going to be a piece here, and we're going to talk about this in a minute as to why we've avoided it, because I certainly avoided self-mastery. I didn't avoid trying to grow self-development, but again, I always had a little bit of a quiet white knuckle on an old version of me, or my subconscious always made sure that we didn't grow too much too fast or get too much of the good stuff because we didn't know how to sustain it. We didn't know how to maintain it. If a good relationship had showed up, I don't know, 15, 20 years ago, I ran in the opposite direction. I didn't know how to do it. It was foreign to me. And maybe, see how this feels to y'all, maybe some of the things you want is so foreign that you're like, I can't release what I am or who I am or how I do things today because I don't know what it looks like outside of this. But when you know yourself, you don't need to know what it looks like. It's actually really fucking fun to not know what it looks like. Life becomes fun again. You get to live life like a child, joyously, curiously, in the now, in the freaking moment. But you also know yourself. So you trust yourself so deeply that no matter what you choose, no matter what you experience, you're not worried about the environment. You're not worrying about people outside of you. You're not worried about the 3D stuff. Magically, you gotta grab it quick before it's gone to get to you. You're like, I am so rock solid. I know myself in every moment, or as many moments as I can, right? And the world is my oyster. It's just what it is. It's just where I sit. Now, something that ties in my whole realm of what we're talking about in the mind is authenticity as well. So, has anyone heard of Aristotle? Old philosopher, yeah? So, in Aristotle's perception of metaphysics, he believed that there must be this unchanging being that is the source of all things. And I really dig that. Some people might call it God or source or oneness or, whatever it is. But to me, when we are vibrating in true authenticity, the puzzle piece of existence that we are meant to be in this particular realm of consciousness that we chose, whether we're aware of it or not, we chose to be on this thread of reality out of an infinite number of realities. So it's not by happenstance. To me, true authenticity brings us to this incredibly high vibration, free of the subconscious real, or at least the parts that don't work, free of programming, free of limitation. And the way that we get back into authenticity is self-mastery. So they blend beautifully together. And a part of this, I remember, gosh, I think most of my programs, at least in the beginning, they were all about 30 days long. 30 days was my special thing, and everyone would be like, why is it, 30 days? Why? What does it look like? What is that for? So I remember when I had moved, I lived in Arizona for years. I moved from Arizona to Florida. And I was running away from everything in life. I was running away from that abusive ex. I was running away from someone who had really, really badly taken advantage of me financially. I was running away from all of my old ties. I mean, you name it. I was running away from it, and I thought that distance would create it. Now, it worked for a little bit, but all my old patterns showed up, and actually way worse, like 10x themselves. But when I'd first moved in that little apartment I shared with you guys, I think I have a picture of it somewhere. I gotta find it. I didn't take a lot of pictures, so I was pretty ashamed at the time. But when I was in my little apartment, and I was sleeping on it was literally like a mattress topper, I guess, like a foam pad with one pillow and all that stuff. I had 30 days alone. I didn't really go out. I was working primarily remotely. And I didn't have any of my family or friends there, nothing. It was just me for 30 days, and I found my authentic self. I finally was introduced, or reintroduced, but I certainly never remembered her, and I met a version of me that I fell totally in love with. And I was like, oh my gosh, when I'm free from my programming, not that I called it that at the time, but looking back, when I was free from all of the subconscious reals that were solidified because I'd built an environment around them, all the people and lifestyle and all that stuff that was waiting for me back in Arizona, if you will. And I just had 30 days with myself. I met the version of me that I liked, and it felt more real than anything that I'd ever felt. I wasn't worried about being anything for anyone or trying to avoid anything because I was alone. And for the first time, I wasn't lonely. And that's actually why a lot of my programs are 30 days, because it took me 30 days to really find the version of me that I loved, the authentic self, if you will. And so I really believe that when we combine self-mastery, right? Self-mastery allows for us to find our authenticity. And this combination allows for us to access the greatest versions of us. It truly does. Fulfillment, the blessedness, going back to source and oneness, if you will. We're all our perfect puzzle piece. And my authentic self looks different than yours, but we will know it when we see each other, because you can feel when someone is themselves, right? So what I would like to do right now is help you meet your authentic self, if you guys are down for it. Now, first and foremost, throw all your perceptions away. For the next 3 days, too, I probably should have said this in the beginning. Throw all perceptions away, even if you've learned about manifestation for the past 30 years. Well, if you're here, maybe you're here just to grow and already things are awesome, but maybe you're also like, this shit don't work. Well, then you need to throw all those perceptions out. Come as fresh and childlike as you can to this experience with me. Promise? Okay, good. So we're going to go ahead and do a meditation. I'm going to help you meet your authentic self, your higher self. Just let your imagination run wild, okay? Don't sit there and judge it as soon as it happens. If they don't say something, you freak out. No. Personality to the back, spirit front and center. Cool? All right. Go ahead and close your eyes, get comfy, and take a couple deep breaths. We're going to start our meditation envisioning that we are in a white room. I call this white room the train station of the universe. We can go anywhere from here. It's pure potential. And today, the first stop is a sacred space where our authentic self, where our divine self resides. So in that white room, a train pulls up. What does this train look like? Is it old-timey with smoke clouds? Is it holographic and a door doesn't even need to open to let you in? Is it luxurious? What does it feel like? Step in. The engines rev, and you're on your way. Next stop, your sacred space. Look out the window. What scenery is whizzing by? Is it just colors? Energy? Stars? You're arriving at your destination. Go ahead and pop off. What does it look like? Oceans, mountains, space, another planet, another world. Nothingness. The authentic you is waiting on the platform, gently taking your hand and maybe taking you somewhere, maybe a coffee shop, maybe into the sky among the clouds, wherever you want. And now you face that high vibrational version of you. Your higher self. They have something to give you, or something to say to you. Soak it up. Listen, receive. Maybe don't even try to interpret it just yet. Deep breath. And now that version of you, if not already, becomes an energy and begins to seep into you, becoming one. And as you feel it entering your body, you feel the frequency of ultimate truth, of no bounds, limitlessness, always unconditional love, and centeredness, knowingness. Another deep breath. And when you're ready, make your way back to the train station. Travel back to the white room. Take 3 deep breaths and come back to this reality in fullness with me. Beautiful. Now, some of you may have seen a whole lot of things I'd love to hear in the chat box. Some of you may not have seen a damn thing and you're like, what's wrong with me? Well, guess what? That sounds like feedback to me. I remember one of my old coaches years ago, she said, I cannot visualize at all. Everything is black. I don't meditate because I can't see anything. There's no point. So whenever she had guided visualized meditations, she would just kind of bow out, or she would get really frustrated because she thought there was something wrong with her. And he said, I know this is hard to accept, but if you can accept it, you're probably one of the greatest visualizers ever. You have shut that part of yourself off. And a very long story short, she actually ended up doing most of our guided meditations for years because it was just a block. To be able to see everything that she wanted to see opened up so many extra gifts inside of her, and it scared her. And she had a huge worthiness issue. But as she uncovered that and worked through that, the visualizations came with. Beautiful. I was told, you are you, and she was beautiful. Saw everything clearly. I love that you guys are seeing very specific things. Holographic high-speed train, luxe interior, I love it. She was pure presence. Fireworks. Amazing. So really quickly, as you're sharing this, I also want you to jot it down. What did your authentic self look like if it had a look? For those of you who say, I didn't see anything, then I want you to think about, what would the greatest version of you feel like that you think you could really rest in your soul and feel good about? And I want you to write down this as well. We're going to do this activity, so we'll put this in the chat box too, but I'll talk about everything I'd like you to share. How often do you focus on mastering yourself? So what does your authentic self look like? And how often, if you could give kind of an idea, how often do you actually focus on mastering yourself? How often do you ignore yourself, your true essence? You know what I'm saying? And in essence, maybe that question is, how often do you run away from your feelings and your truths, even when you know them, but you negate them to keep the peace, or because of the fears that we talked about this morning, or earlier today, I should say. Now, I want to know your perceptions of this. So I want you to write this down, but I also want it in the chat box if you can. What do you believe you may have or achieve in life if you were to focus on self-mastery? So we're hitting that fear piece again in a different way. What would you have if you focused on really knowing yourself based on what you know now? What would you have? Who would you be? What would life look like? Pure light. I dig that. My best version, inner peace, unconditional love, and pure happiness. Confident. And isn't it funny? We write the most beautiful things. How could we be afraid of feeling success and joy and unconditional love? That's insane, right? But we're afraid of it sometimes. We don't understand it in fullness. And the idea that we could be everything, and then that would be it, kind of contradicts the human experience, right? Even if you have all of the beautiful things you're talking about, and I'm talking to your soul right now, your subconscious even as well. Even if you had all of the things that you're writing down, there'd still be more. You won't have arrived. There will be more expansion, more growth, more learning, more opportunity, more bliss, more success, more happiness, more light. There's always more because you are expanding all the time. You will never arrive. And that's a beautiful thing. It becomes wonderful, and it will feel like the arrival you originally were praying for, but you'll never truly arrive, and you'll never really want to. You'll just be ready for things to get even more amazing. So as we ask ourselves, why do we not seek self-mastery? Everything that you guys wrote down, right? What does that look like? So now let's take it a little bit deeper. Why do we not seek self-mastery? I want to rattle off all of these questions just to kind of get the juices flowing. Has your family shown it's not okay, right? Something to do with how we were raised. Many of you said that fear already, right? And as a side note, does the family that you're trying to live for approval of, do they have the life you want? Eek. Are they happy the way that you want to be happy? Every single time it's a no, right? Because if they were, or they did, in your truest self, I should say, then they would be completely unconditionally accepting to you and you wouldn't worry about it, right? Has society shown you it's not okay? And this could be societal, cultural, religious, you name it, right? Familial. Is it a time issue? I don't have time to do self-development all the time. I'm busy just trying to survive. I gotta be a parent. I gotta go to work. I gotta make sure the bills are paid. I'm stuck in the rat race of humanity. Is it just too scary? I was afraid to dive into the nooks and crannies of myself. I was like, there's probably a lot of cobwebs in there, and there are some things that I don't want to face. I don't want to face the shameful things that I've done. Can't I just look at the shiny parts? Cool thing is that even when we look at those parts of ourselves, we don't see it as ugly anymore. It's a completely different set of lenses that we put on, and we see things in a vibrantly new and different way. It's radical, absolutely radical. Another one would be, are you unworthy? Worthiness is so huge. One of my friends, she's a child psychiatrist, and I remember her telling me this story of why she got into the work that she got into. And without sharing her story, one of the pieces that she really embedded in me, or that I really took with me, was she said, almost every child believes that they are not enough. Even if they are raised by the greatest parents, they will still perceive that they are not enough. And I was like, oh shit, that doesn't stop with children. Let me tell you, I work with adults. I know. It just continues. We don't think we're enough. We think we have to be or do something other than ourselves, our authentic us, to be worthy of love, acceptance, joy, abundance, you name it. One of the greatest lies we tell ourselves is that we have to be something other than what we are in every single moment. Because even in those dips and valleys of life, we are learning and we are experiencing our essence. Might just be a really small part of it, so it doesn't feel so good. But in the wholeness of it, our essence, it's all around it. This was a big one for me. Are you afraid to spend time with yourself? Are you someone that's so busy all the time? I used to be like, oh, I'm so busy. I could never start a business. I'm just so busy with work. I got to pay the bills. Like, I'm trying to just keep food on the table. What a great excuse, right? Now I don't have to fail, but I have a really logical excuse behind it. We do that. And I did not like my thoughts. I didn't like to be with myself. Or the times that I would spend with myself, I wasn't truly going there. So I'd be like, this is a waste of time. I can't get there. It's not working. I don't know what's going on, but I lacked the tools. And I lacked the self-love to go into the depths of my subconscious and understand it. And here's a funny one. Have you not found your teacher? You can hear something 10,000 times, but until you are ready, or you're in that place in life, or you just need to hear it from someone specific, it's in one ear and out the other, right? I see someone going, yeah. So you have to find, and your teacher may be yourself, it may be, God. Like, I didn't really have a teacher. My teacher was life, and I think that you can do it any way that you want. I just really wanted to talk straight to source, so that's how I tried to do it, and it worked for me. But I think everybody's different, and now I learned through other people and their behaviors and so forth. But have you just not found your right teacher that gives you those little missing pieces that lets everything just beautifully blend together? Have you not found your teacher? I long for time alone, always loved being by myself. People think I spend too much time trying to do self-mastery and getting nowhere, so they see it as avoidance of taking action. So we're worried about what people think, right? So then it becomes heavy because you're like, well, if I don't figure this out, if I don't make this happen, well, then they're going to judge me for it, and so I better just do it really quietly, right? I kind of did that in the beginning. I was like, I'm just going to grow on my own, but I'm not going to have all these bounds and expectations. I just can't do what I've been doing anymore. It's just too painful. I'm pretty damn sure you're my teacher, Mandy. Thank you. I've never gone this deep or had so many ahas like this. Well, that's fucking fantastic, because we haven't even gotten into the meat of it all. And again, your teacher could be your own experiences. That's what I hope, at least, that if I get to be, I won't be your teacher per se, but I want to be your facilitator of growth. I want to walk with you. I want to hold your hand there because I know what it feels like to feel like you're doing everything or avoiding everything and nothing's fucking working. It's so frustrating. And you're like, well, maybe they are allowed to have it, but it's not for me. That was me to a T. And to be able to sit here now and say, I promise you guys, it's not true, is so wild, so beautiful, and so amazing. Okay, so I want to switch gears. This is what I want to do. Let me see how you guys feel about this. We've gone on for quite a while today already, and I have so much more. All of the how-tos and the steps, it looks like, although we've given quite a few today, the kind of the meat of the mind, I'm going to save it for tomorrow because if I stop it in between, it's not going to flow as well. So thinking from a learner's perspective, I want to start the day tomorrow with y'all, and we're going to hammer out all pieces of the mind so you've got all of the steps, but it comes in one flow. That's how it probably needs to happen. I rattled off for quite a bit today, but I think it perfectly happened. So what I would like to do is bring on, we're not done, don't worry, don't you go nowhere. I want to bring on my husband, Oliver. I would like for you to learn from him as well. I know many of you are very excited for that too, but I want to share a little bit of why he's joining us, and he will share what he is going to share. When I met Oliver, he was this wonderful, balanced, the masculine and the feminine in him, he's just unique. Like I said, he's just not from this planet, the way he thinks. He's a very limitless thinker. He is an incredible soul. And he helped me through so much of my mind in the beginning. And so Oliver, he's known as the spiritual activator on the internets and in life. I was actually pregnant with my youngest when the spiritual activator was, birthed, if you will. I was already doing my work and Authentic Living had started, and I was, teaching and training and doing all my things. And he was very quietly doing energy healings. He's an incredibly gifted energy healer. He's from the Philippines, and if anyone here is from the Philippines, you guys are pretty open to energy work and gifts and so forth, but he did it very quietly. He was an internet marketer. He was a businessman. He was successful in other areas. But he wasn't happy until he found me, obviously. Just kidding. And he wasn't shining his light publicly. It was, family and friends healings, but they were so powerful. Every time that I'd be like, can you, do a clearing up? Can you do, it was radical. And I remember sitting there pregnant, and I was like, do you really want our children to see you not shine your light and honor all of you? Like, you just want to be business, Oliver? But you're spiritually gifted, Oliver, too. Like, shouldn't the world know all of you? And he was like, yeah, I don't ever want our kids to think that they should hide, even if they're afraid of the world rejecting them, because energy work can sometimes, be out there, and he was afraid of that. And so he stepped into the spiritual activator because we were already seeing for years, everyone who got around him, their gifts would activate. He could do these crazy sacred geometry. I mean, it was radical. It was so amazing. You'd watch people just open up and embrace themselves. But he also has that background of being able to dive into the mind. And he's one of the fastest manifestors I've ever seen. So I would like to bring him on for the rest of the day. Tomorrow, y'all better be here front and center with me so that we can go over tons of different steps. I don't love how-tos. I think, honestly, your energy learns best through stories and so forth, which is why I wanted to make that heavy today. But tomorrow, we're jumping into a lot of kind of methodical pieces, a little bit of psychology, all of the things that tie into raising your vibration and manifesting what you want with your mind. Okay? And I will see all of you beautiful souls tomorrow. Oliver will be on here in just a minute. And in case no one has told you today, I love you.
All right, good to see all your faces. If y'all can see me and hear me, comment yes and yes on the chat box below, please. Wow. This is probably one of the biggest events that we've done virtually. And this is, 2 to 3 times bigger than the last one we did. So first of all, I wanted to thank you all because I know that you guys are tuning in from a lot of different time zones here, right? Just let me know in the comment section where are you guys tuning in from and what time is it there? Because for some of you, it might be like 2 a.m., 5 a.m., and you're like, don't worry, we're probably gonna go for well, I can't make any promises because a lot of times I'm like, hey, we're gonna go for an hour or whatever, but then I tap into the energy of the room, and more is needed, so I go ahead and and do more. So we're gonna go until it's done, yeah, because it's kind of like me and Mandy's rule here in Authentic Living is that we stop when people get the results and they have the breakthroughs, right? And that's our commitment to y'all. And then, Sean, real quick, turn the recording off. I think it's full. All right, so we have Denmark, Missouri, 2:16 a.m. here, California, Lebanon, Kauai, Medellin, Minnesota, Ireland, Vietnam, Philippines. All right, kamusta na? Netherlands, Slovenia, Florida, France. Wow, Vegas. Okay, so manifestation. All right. This is the topic that you guys are here, and I'm so excited to talk about this because, again, me and Mandy, like we teach complementary things when it comes to manifesting. But the trick is, we both master the 3 things that affect manifesting more than you know. It's your mind, emotions, right, and your decisions, because all 3 of them. You know what you and I'm going to show you how it's related. All 3 of them affect your manifestation, whether you know it or not, right? And it's super powerful. So, for example, right, I'm just going to give you kind of like a play-by-play of how your thoughts affect what you manifest and how they all come together. So, your thoughts. Let's say you have a thought that's like, "I'm not good enough," right? Or maybe it is, "I am loved." 2 very polar different thoughts. Right? I'm not good enough, even though it's a belief of yours, right? And even if it's unconscious, because a lot of us have unconscious thoughts that we don't even know are there, but they're there. And whether they're conscious or not, thoughts produce energy, right? So imagine that you have a thought, I'm not good enough, and imagine that produces an energetic wave, right? That's number 1. Second, right? Thoughts, then next thing you know, what do? They produce emotions, right? Because if you have, a thought of I'm not good enough, what kind of emotions do you think that produces, right? It's probably I'm not good enough. It's probably you're feeling fearful, right? You're not good enough. You might be rejected. You might feel anxious. You might feel sad when you're thinking about I'm not good enough. You might feel small, inadequate, shame, lonely. I'm looking at the chat here, right? Negative. So sometimes a thought produces several emotions, right? Several emotions. So each emotion produces energy, right? So now the thought has energy, which has an emotion, or several emotions. All those emotions have energies that it's producing as well. And typically, when you have the thought, okay, and you have the emotions, what happens next? It produces a decision. You either do something about it, or you don't do something about it, right? You're either, okay, I will now hide and play small because I don't want to be hurt, right? Or I will, so you're either going to do something or you won't do something. But either way, you're going to make a decision, and that decision as well produces, okay, an energy. So now you have your what you think, what you feel, what you do. All 3 produce an energy, right? The trifecta of that, okay, is what controls your vibration, okay? And in that vibration now, think of that as a channel on the TV. Because your vibration, I want you guys to write this down, okay? Put this in the chat. It's probably the most important thing when it comes to manifesting. Okay? If you understand this, manifestation will be a breeze. Your vibration controls your reality. This is a writer downer. Put it in the chat, write it down. If there's one thing that you guys I want you to master from this 3-day event, it's this. Your vibration controls the reality. When you master your vibration, you master your reality, right? And, okay, let's see it here. People are typing it in. Great. And here's why, okay? Your vibration is like a channel on the TV. If you are tuned in, let's say, to Halloween horror channel, guess what? Everything you see, everything you hear, everything that's you're being presented with is specifically designed to produce what? Fear, anxiety, certain, there's certain emotions in your body. Everything you see, right? 24/7 in that channel is designed to do just that. So if you're expecting to laugh, if you're expecting to have a joyful, loving, high vibrational moment from, being in the horror, scary channel, then it's slim to none. That's not the channel for that, right? And a lot of people do this. They they look for something in the wrong channel instead of realizing, what if I'm in the wrong channel? And if you get that, everything changes. That's what I've learned. A lot of times people are like, they're in the wrong channel, but they're like, I want money, I want money, I want money, and money. But they're in the channel of scarcity. They're in the channel of lack. They're in the channel of fear. And guess what? You're attracting everything in that channel, right? And the biggest myth and lie really is people think that they don't have control. Life is happening to them, right? That's probably one of the biggest myths. The reality is life is happening for us. We just don't know what caused our vibration to be at the level that it is. And once you're able to realize, okay, and you own it, you literally own it. Like, I am going to own this manifestation process. And I am going to own my vibration. And this whole 3 days, gosh, there's going to be so many techniques on just how to rewire your mind, your emotions, your energy. You're going to have so many techniques. All you need is one that works, right? So many techniques on how to raise your vibration. But the thing is, once you figure it out, which one, because a lot of times there's one predominant one, your mind, your emotions, your decisions, one that's lowering your vibration, that's keeping it on the channel that it is. And once you're able to remove that, guess what happens? You're up, you're in a different channel. And that's the goal. That is the intention that we have, me and Mandy, for you, for each and every one of you here, is during this 3-day event, let's figure out that one thing that changes everything for you. And if you can't figure out whether it's mental, emotional, or decisions, guess what? Since they all produce energy, once we work on the energetic part of it, changes everything. Because guess what? The energy itself, let's say, your thoughts, your emotions, or decision have an energy in that vibration, and that energy block is in your heart, right? When you work on the energetic level and you remove the blocks, that energetic block may be associated with 30 traumatic events, 40 limiting beliefs, 70 different emotions that are debilitating, right? You don't need to know what they are sometimes if you're working at the energetic level. And that's why, my biggest thing is energy is the fastest way to get you there. It's the fastest way to get you to manifest what you want. And then you align your mind and emotions as you go along, is my preferred way, right? So yeah, you guys are gonna have the process, the steps, we have it all planned. The biggest thing is what we're trying to do is giving you all the foundation, everything that you need, the pillars for success, so that once you guys have the techniques and you guys run, right, and it builds up on top of each other, day 1, day 2, day 3, is you manifest while you're here with us. All right, and that's what we're gonna do. Because since it's all about vibration, guess what? When we have 6,000 people registered for this event, for example, right? And all want to change their lives. What do you think the vibration, the frequency of this event is? Of people here on the chat. You guys are all coming together, right? And you guys have this intention to better your lives. And you guys are here in the chat. All this energy, right, amplifies not only the vibration, but the manifestation power, right? So when we're having you say intentions while you're here, it's since it's happening at such a higher level, it actually happens faster. And that's another thing I want you guys to know about vibration, is the higher the vibration is, the higher you are, the faster things manifest in real time. The lower your vibration, the slower it is. The lower, the slower, the higher, the faster. That's how it's always been. Why is that? Okay, when you're thinking of manifesting, think of it as you're getting good at turning thoughts, which is energy. When you have a thought, is it even really your thought, right? Are you pulling it from the collective conscious? Are you channeling it? Is it, so thoughts can be a lot of different things, right? But for me, I think of it as energy. You got to get good at turning energy, your thoughts, into something tangible, grounded in this 3D reality. So if you can turn the invisible into visible fast, right, and you do it in a high vibration, manifesting happens in days, not decades. All right, so that's the biggest thing. So simple, right? So far it's simple. Get on a high vibration. When you do, follow the manifestation process we're about to teach you. And when you do that, what ends up happening is you experience manifestation in a very different fashion, like how me and Mandy do it. It's set it and forget it manifesting. The times when she manifested, the house, on the hill overlooking the ocean, she didn't have to mantra her way, 10,000 affirmations in a day, do it daily for 10 years. She got on a high vibration, did it just one time, forgot about it, completely forgot about it, right? And then next thing you know, someone had to remind her, okay, of it, and she's like, "Wow, it really did come true." And that's what I wanna get to you guys, is that manifesting shouldn't be a full-time thing. Once you know it, once you get it, set it and forget it, right? And once it's off, right, you can quickly just look in the areas of it worked before, but why is it inconsistent, or why isn't it working on the big thing? Then you can look at, okay, what's stopping me? My mind, my emotions, my decisions, my energy. What's the block? You address it, and you get into the right vibration. And here's why it's important, because when I look at manifesting, right? You could, if you're on a lower level, then yes, you of a vibration. Let's say you're in fear and you're in anxiety, you can still manifest, right? But you manifest from a place of duality. Okay, again, this is an important thing. When you're in a low vibration, it takes a lot of energy, it takes a lot of time, right? And you manifest from a place of duality. What does that mean? So if you're fearful, you're fearful, right? And you want money, you might get money, but you'll attract everything that is in that vibration of money. That means if you're afraid of your car breaking down, if you're afraid of bills, guess what? You manifest the money, but since you're manifesting it in a vibration of duality, you also manifest what you don't want, which is what Mandy calls counter manifesting, right? And not only that, it takes longer in this vibration. So you might have to think about it. You might have to do your mantras, hundreds of times a day, vision board it, really, really, really focus on it. And if you do it long enough, it might happen, but it comes with a price, right? So that's where majority of people manifest from. And that was initially what got it started. Think about it. If you think about it, you focus on enough, you want it enough, you can have it. It's true, right? But the caveat to that, which people never really talked about, is you're manifesting from duality, right? It works, it's just that it's longer and things that you don't want. Now, when you manifest based on vibration, what ends up happening is you get on the vibration that you want, okay? Next thing you know, things come to you that you can't even perceive. You can't, before you can even want them, that you didn't even know existed. Okay? And this is where you want to be. It's like Christmas every single day. And I'll give you an example. There's a lot of times to where, I remember this one time, where Mandy, this is back when we were living in Dallas, right? And this is when we really experienced vibrational based manifesting because we didn't know what it was, right? We were also doing the whole in the past. Like I was at least trying out different things, and they were slow, or sometimes they're one time but not the other, right? So I remember she had this intuitive ping that she needed to speak her truth to one of her friends, right? So she got a sign. She needed to speak her truth. Guess what? She was afraid to speak her truth. Okay? So I'm afraid of hurting my friend. I'm afraid of being bearer of bad news, the belief. The emotions probably were like fear, anxiety, worry. Her decision to not speak her truth. What happened next? Right? What happened next? In the span of an hour, like I think 4 or 5 of family members and friends that she had, the type of people that you typically try to talk to just once a year because they bring a lot of baggage or they bring a lot of problems, right? Or they drag you or drain you of energy. Guess what? Within an hour, they all magically found her, texted her, called her, showed up in her field, all right? And not only are they showing up with heavy energy, they show up with problems, all right? So what ended up happening was she's like, oh, wow, what's going on? All of them started coming. And we kind of got lost in the spiral of it for about a good hour till we realized, shoot, this is kind of, what are the odds of this happening? Everything was fine, right? And the next thing you know, within an hour, 5 people show up that normally don't show up, and they just all show up at the same time. And once that clicked, and I had time to really to look at it, we're like, okay, this means we're in a different channel. We have now officially changed channels, right? And when we realize that, sometimes it's harder, easier, it's easier said than done. Yeah, you're in the wrong vibration, change it. Sometimes we're too committed. We're too angry already. We're spiraling too deep. We're already there to where we're like, easier said than done. When you're overheating, right, you gotta cool off. Sometimes it's like not as simple, so as I thought back then, to just get out of it. That's what my mind was battling us, like, no, we gotta stay here, so on and so forth. And eventually, she's like, you know what? What caused this? Okay, what caused this to be in this vibration? And she realized, right, it was her decision, her decision to not speak her truth. That's what it is. Because here's the reality. Yeah, you've got your thoughts, your emotions, your decisions, right? Guess what? There are 2 things that you can do. Now, when you do them, it doesn't matter what you're thinking. It doesn't matter what emotions you have. You do these 2 things energetically, it will override everything. It's kind of like a hack. It automatically catapults you to a different vibration. 2 things, right? Intention and decision. 2 things. And you can do one of them. If you do 2 of them, it's powerful. If you do just one of them, you're good, right? And here's the thing. A lot of times, are there steps to manifestation? Sure. Can it also be simple? Sure. Can people manifest without even knowing they're manifesting? Absolutely. How many times have you had it? So for example, intention, prayer is a form, one of the most powerful forms of intention, right? There's a lot of different forms. Prayer is one of them. How many people do you know, stories have you heard of people who maybe been fear-based, maybe didn't even believe, maybe they were even in a bad situation, but they made a very sincere prayer and it happened, right? Because intention, when you set it, it does not come from your mind. It is a request from your soul, from your being. Therefore, that request is being put at the highest levels vibrationally. That's why intention trumps your mind. That's why Mandy, when all the craziness was going around with her and her ex, right? All she had to do was God, please, I want a better life. Even though everything around her thoughts, her limiting beliefs, her emotions, her situations, her environment, right, was so intense, that intention pulled her out of it. Because again, when people don't talk about it so much. When you're setting an intention, it doesn't matter if it's coming from desperation. That intention comes from a higher place in you. Therefore, the request is put on a high level. Period. Right. So intention can change everything. I remember my mom when I was born. She had a scare. My mom, and back then she was scared because we were doing ultrasounds and realized that there was something wrong with one of my kidneys. The doctors were like, there's something wrong with the kidneys, and it's like, and it's there's an abnormality with it, and it's going to be a problem. And she heard this, and I'm the eldest son. I got 4 younger sisters, so I was the first child, and I remember it was a big deal for my mom, and she was afraid of what that would mean. So she prayed out of fear, but still prayed and asked for my kidneys to be healed, right? And she told me the story. Like, after I was born, they did a test again, and the abnormalities were gone, right? That was a little bit more of for me. I'm like, okay, my mom did that, so I kind of like someone I know, not just somebody in the news or story, but someone I know, right? But that's a form of intention. So intentions, right? Intentions can tilt the vibration, and decisions can tilt the vibration. And even if those are the only 2 things that you do, and you still have a gazillion limiting beliefs and a gazillion debilitating and disempowering emotions, it will override, right? Like if this is the scale and 100% of your energy is the compilation of thoughts, emotions, and decisions, intentions and decisions, sometimes if it's done powerfully enough, one of them will tilt it to where 50 or 60% of your vibration will be shifted just by doing one or the other. When you do both, it's typically 60 to 80% of your vibration is tilted. Therefore, it just puts you in a different channel. Even if you don't believe it, even if you don't feel like it puts you in a different channel. And when you're in a different channel, it doesn't matter what you think and what you're feeling. The things you experience are different. Because here's the thing: when you're on that vibration of joy, you start attracting everything that exists in that vibration. When you're in the vibration of sadness, you attract everything that exists there, right? So going back to Mandy's story, right? She didn't want to speak her truth to her friend, and that was a decision that put her in that vibration to where all these people that were draining her energy showed up. When we realized it, she was like, shoot, all right, this is an energy game. Let me change my vibration. She's like, let me speak my truth. So it was hard for her. She was thinking about it. She didn't want to do it. She knew she had to do it. The next thing you know, that person that she was thinking about speaking her truth to, guess what happened? Was calling her. She's like, what? When she answered the phone, like, I think it was, I forget if she was calling her or it was a missed call, right? One or the other. This is like several years ago. But I remember when they finally got on the phone, apparently that gal was like, I didn't call you, you called me first, right? So there's this whole technology glitch. I'm like, okay. But anyways, then she spoke her truth. And I was there when this was happening. We were living in Dallas, we were living in a high-rise apartment, and as she was speaking her truth, and by then, Mandy was her biggest, and we'll talk about signs, throughout this weekend. Super, super powerful. When it comes to manifesting, signs, write this down. Signs is a communication system from God, higher power, universe, to you. And the communication system is meant and designed to speed up you getting to where you want, the fastest way, the easiest way, the path of the least amount of suffering and pain. That's what signs are when you follow them. When you ignore them, it's longer, it's more painful, so on and so forth, right? So one of Mandy's signs is she wants things to be in her face. If she's doing something right, she wanted to be, at that moment in time, rewarded with abundance because she was still starting her business. So for her, like, an abundance was a big sign that she was doing the right thing. And if she wasn't, then it was also in her face. So as she was talking to this gal, speaking her truth, her PayPal account started getting money. And she wasn't even promoting anything at that point. People were just sending her money based on the content that she had because it was really, really helpful. We're like, where's this coming from? Right? And then she felt better. And then afterwards, it would have been an hour and a half. All the 5 people that showed up out of nowhere with the problems that they had disappeared, went away. Okay, they went away. And they went away because they were in a different vibration. When Mandy made that decision to speak her truth, it doesn't matter what she did before. Yeah, she didn't speak her truth, put her in a low vibration. But guess what? The decision that you do right now can put you in a higher vibration. It doesn't matter what you've done in the past. It matters what you do now that puts you in a higher vibration. Okay? So when she did that, they disappeared. Money come in, and all these beautiful blessings come in. You're in the right vibration. And when you look at it that way, I want you to ask yourself, right now, what vibration are you on? Okay? Because I promise you, if you are experiencing one after another, if it rains, it pours, and you probably can look at the pattern in your life. I'm pretty sure every one of you have experienced vibrational shifts to where when you're in the right vibration, everything is just that one of those days where everything just seems to be happening for you one after another. And you're like, wow, I must be lucky. It's just boom, 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 right? And you also know the flip side of it. When you're not, it's like, wow, it rains, it pours. What's going on? It's like the Pandora's box of everything that could possibly negatively happen in a day happens in a day, right? That's why people say, bad things come in threes. They have this saying, in different cultures, because when you're in a vibration where it's like you're tuned in to something lower, they all just start showing up, right? So that's a big one. So I want you guys to really understand the power of vibration, because once you do it, you don't even have to worry about manifesting. I don't worry about manifesting, right? I don't. Because when you focus on just vibration, you live a life of daily miracles. And I'm not even joking. I've long stopped trying because there's just so much, right? Every day, several synchronicities and miracles happen and they just show up. And I've also stopped trying to do goals and what I want. Because when you're in this vibration that's high, things that you don't even know that you want come. And you're like, okay, I didn't even know. And I'm just going to be receiving, right? So vibration, definitely you want to live, you want to raise it really, really high. So for me, let me share with you, because I want to do one big thing today, right? To catapult your vibration really, really, really high, right? And we're going to do this exercise today. You can, and this is actually how I manifested Mandy. Okay, what I'm about to share with you is how I manifested her. She came 4 days after I did this, and I wasn't even looking for a soulmate. I wasn't even looking for love. I wasn't, right? And so I'm going to share with you the process that I followed, so you can see how it works in real time. And this is the same process that I've done, because there's a lot of ways to manifest, right? This is one way, and what we're going to be doing over the next few days is sharing different frameworks of how we do it, so you can get a feel for, I can do it that way, I can do it this way, I can do it that way, I can do it that way, and you're not stuck with just one, right? So again, what I'm going to teach you is more of a vibrational-based manifesting process, okay? Because here's the thing, when you do it that way, it's the best way to do it. There's no other way that's going to give you sustainable, lifelong, always going up, kind of results than this. And then if you do it right, it's set it and forget it, right? So the way I manifested her was, I was in a marriage and in a relationship for about 10 years, and it got to a point in my life to where I couldn't be in that marriage anymore, right? And I've lost myself. We're just different people, and I've lost myself. I was a people pleaser back then. So in order to really, please, my ex-wife and people in my life at that time, I needed to be somebody else all the time. But here's the thing about people pleasing. Person 1 will want you one way. Person 2 will want you the other way. Person 3 will want you the other way. And you're changing you're dancing, changing the masks, bending over backwards for each and every one. And in the day, it's never good enough. Because that person that wants one thing from you, what you do, no matter even if you mean it, it's not enough. And that's different from what another person wants. right? So one, it wasn't working because none of them were happy. And two, I definitely wasn't happy because I got to a point where I looked in the mirror and I couldn't even recognize who I was. I lost my soul. I'm like, who am I? Everything that I love doing, right? It just, I stopped doing them, right? I was just like, do whatever is needed. And that was the toughest moment in my life because the thing is, I grew up Catholic and in a Filipino household. And the biggest rule, the biggest conditioning, above all, that my mom, my dad was harping on since I was young, right, was when you get married, that is it. And in the Philippines back then, there was no divorce. It was annulment. There was no divorce. You find a one, you stay with them, you stick it out. And my mom was a martyr. She would do everything for everyone. She had 8 siblings, and she was the favorite of her mom. Got a lot of love because she would be the fixer. When people were having problems, they would come to her and she would fix things. She would help people heal, to her detriment, right? They're like literally giving the shirt off her back and more to deliver something. So that was my role model, and I took that to heart. So when I was in the relationship with my ex-wife, I was just like, I'm gonna give it my all, and I'm never gonna give up because this is just the way life is supposed to be. I can't. So I didn't I stayed there as long as I could. But one thing changed everything for me, okay? And that was, back then I had a 3-year-old son. He's 11 now. And I started seeing him getting affected by it. I started seeing him getting affected by me not being myself and being in that situation. And I'm curious how many of you guys have the same thing, to where you won't do it for yourself. Some of you guys, you might be in a point right now where you have to do it for you, okay? Because you know what? Your entire life you've given to everybody else, and now it's your turn. It is your time, and there's no shame in that, right? There's no shame in that. So if that's you, let me know in the chat. Because again, a lot of you are here because it's your time. Like, if not now, when? And no one's gonna put you first but you, right? Back then, I wasn't even in that point. I couldn't even get there because I had so many rules. And I was like, shoot, I can't do it for me. But my son, I'm like, definitely gonna do it for him. Because I thought to myself, if I don't change, and me back then knowing what I knew about, humans and pain and patterns, is that kids model their parents, right? They do. Back then I knew that. And I was like, what if by not choosing differently, would I be okay if my son stayed in a relationship that he was unfulfilled and really just put his happiness to the side, and he stayed in there for 10, 20, 30, however long, because I did it, right? So that, my son was my why, got me to move. My why got me to break my programming, my conditioning, all of that, right? And here's the thing with parents, okay, here's the news flash. It doesn't matter what you've done in the past. I met so many parents here. Me and Manny have helped a lot. It doesn't matter what decisions you made in the past. It matters what decision you make now. And we've seen parents that are like, they guilt themselves, shame themselves because they didn't think they were enough, or they didn't like what they did with their, who they showed up with as their kids, to their kids earlier on. Doesn't matter. They do the right thing now. We've seen those relationships heal based on what you do now, because guess what? If you are strong enough in your mind that you think you can damage your kids, you're strong enough to also help them heal, because you've got that, right? So it goes both ways, right? And I realized that. They were like, shoot, because I've seen a lot of parents that are like, I can't, it's too late. My kids are 20, 30. And they start to change. Next thing you know, their kids start to heal. Because again, we're all connected energetically. So it's never too late. Okay, don't forget that. So what ended up happening was I was like, all right, let me do this. So we decided to separate. I'm like, I'm going to, we're, it's not working out. We're different people. Both agreed. She stayed in the house. I lived in the hotel. And I remember I thought to myself, you know what? I've got to release this energy. So I went to Sedona. Okay. And if you guys haven't heard of Sedona, this is a powerful energy play, a vortex. It's kind of like the land that we're on right now. Okay. And again, this is the process of manifesting. I want to share with you guys how I did the process so you guys can do the exercise right after. Okay, I promise. There's a point to this. Okay, 3 steps. So I went to Sedona, and I was in Sedona, and I remember I was there for about 7-ish to 10 days, if memory serves. And I was climbing up the vortex point, and you can Google them, Sedona vortex. And it's just a place where the energy is like magnified. It's 10x. It's 10 to 100 times the energy. So things process really, really fast. So step one is I set an intention, right? And my intention was, I remember sitting down there, and I was like, God, higher power, universe, please, I want to remove and release all the blocks that are in my heart. Okay, that are stopping me from experiencing love. Everything that's just holding me down, everything that is weighing me down, I want to release it. Because I knew at that point my biggest really pain was in my heart, and I knew wow, right? If I want to raise in my vibration, I probably have to clear my heart. I didn't know how, right? But at this point, I just knew intentions were powerful. Step 1, intention. I said it, right? And I want you guys, as I'm saying this, I want you guys to start thinking of it as well. All right, what is the intention, right? What is your intention? You can start journaling it down. What do you want? Because the thing is, you can be very specific, or it can be a blanket statement, or you can even be a lot. Like, if you don't know what it is, you can be like, higher power, universe, I want to release everything that I'm not meant to hold. Anything holding me down. I want to release it for the highest good of all, so that I can receive what I'm meant to receive, and in this life, right? You can be that, or you can be very, very specific of, I want to release all the abundance and money blocks that I have that's stopping me from experiencing more abundance, right? And you can set more than one intention. It doesn't have to be just one. It can be a specific one. For me, it was that. So I said it, right? And again, when you're setting an intention, it doesn't really matter what state of mind you're in. The fact that you're setting an intention, okay, it puts the request in at the highest levels. So when I set the intention, next thing happened was signs, which we'll dive deeper into. Maybe today, if not tomorrow, we'll dive deeper into signs. But for me, my sign came in the form of just knowing. And how many of y'all, you just know? Things just come to you, you don't know how, you just know. They're like, ooh, this thought came. Because for some, it's knowing. Thoughts come. For some, it's feeling, where you just feel it in your body. For some, you dream about it. For some, you see signs, and, you see it in movies, you hear it in songs. People get signs differently. But for me, it was I just knew what I had to do. And guess what I had to do, right? Because it was very, very clear. Came into my mind, Oliver, you got to release everybody that's ever hurt you in the past. Release them. Okay, and I'm like, okay, how, right? And then what came to me was I had to write down the names of everybody that has ever hurt me, or hold some sort of hatred in my heart. I had to write them down, okay, on paper. And back then, I didn't know why this was important. I'll tell you now why it's important. Okay, writing is a form of channeling. So whatever's in your heart, if you're writing with the intention of releasing it, it goes from your heart to the pen to the paper, so that there's an energy transference from within you to outside of you, and it's released. I didn't know this back then. And I was just, so I was like, okay, let me write down names. And there were some names that I didn't want to write, because in my mind, I'm like, they should not be forgiven. Like, they did they did things that were so hurtful. Like if I write their name down, that means what they did is okay, and and that they'll do it again to somebody else. Screw that shit, right? It was the hardest thing sometimes to write it down, but I was like, oh, if I'm gonna go all in, I'm gonna do it. So I started writing it down, and like pages of pages. Like, and as I was doing it, I was actually crying for some of them. I didn't expect it, right? But I was like, oh my gosh, because again, that was one of the things where as you're writing it down, it's a release and then just a flood of it, right? And so as I was writing it down, and how many of you guys are journalers, by the way? Comment below. I'm not curious. How many of you love journaling? Journaling is a way of channeling. So a lot of times, when you do it in the morning, you do it at night. Next thing you know, as you're journaling, you feel better afterwards because you're releasing things. A lot of times, the biggest things that holds us down is trapped energy. Okay, write this down. A lot of times, the reason why I've seen this, a good reason why somebody is physically unwell, or they have too much anxiety or anger, or they're just buzzing with energy, or sometimes even tired, adrenal fatigue, I've seen this, is too much energy flowing through you. If it's too much energy flowing through you, you're not releasing it, your adrenals get burned out. Feel fatigue, loss of energy, or excess energy, you're anxious. You're just you have all this energy, and it gets a headache, all those different things, and it turns out into physical symptoms, but a lot of it's unexpressed energy. So I wrote it down, and then here's the thing. When I got back, because I couldn't burn the paper in the sacred ground, when I got back to the hotel, I burnt it in a little bowl, right, with the intention of because it came in my mind, burn it. And little did I know, think about this. You're channeling what's in your heart down into paper, right? And now that paper has the energy. When you're burning it, it transmutes the energy, right? Transmute it, because it's changing form. So I burned it. I didn't know back then. And then I felt another wave of release, right? So I burned it. Next thing you know, next day, woke up, and this thought came in and was like, okay, do the things that you love to do. I'm like, okay, well, this is crazy. Do it, right? Because here's the thing. Here's a big clue. How do you raise your vibration? I'll give you something simple you can do today, okay? Write down, what are some of the things that you enjoyed doing as a child that maybe you still do, you stopped doing? Because here's the thing, okay? When it comes to raising your vibration, it's not rocket science. We were all born with different ways that appeal to us, that we like, that we have an affinity towards, to release energy and raise our vibration. For Mandy, for example, moving her body is one of them, right? So in the morning, she works out, she dances, and as I'm saying this, guys, post it in the comment section what works for you. I'd love to, for everybody to see it. Mandy, she has to move her body. Guess what? Because when she wakes up in the morning and there's a lot of stuck energy, stagnant, as she moves her body, it releases it, right? Alone time works with her. Because when she's by herself, she's not around other people, and her energy's not working on other people's energies and makes it better. It's just, she can just be by herself, and she naturally just clears it. Animals for her as well. For some people, it is animals. Being around, dogs, horses, cats, animals. Something about animals, they're very gifted and spiritual, that they just help you stay in your authentic energy and your nature, right? For me, it's salt bath, right? Because for some people, it's elements, Maybe they were like, when you were a kid, you were a water baby. You would love being in the water. Or maybe they're like, you like the elements. Your feet are on the ground. You're running barefoot. You like being out in the sunlight with the wind in your face. Or being around, fire. Because the elements help clear. Sun, fire, air, feet on the ground, grounding, right? Water, all the elements help clear. For some, it is music. Listening to music, writing music. Some it's journaling, some it's arts and craft. Some it is spending time with their loved ones, loving connection. For some, it's when they help other people as well. Gardening. So looking at what you have here, traveling. Singing is a big one. As you sing, gosh, it's such a powerful way as well to release energy as you're singing. Okay, cooking, yes. Reading, So it's a lot of, as you can see, here's a lot here, right? So those are the ways. Like if there's nothing else that you take from this, and you're like, I don't know what Oliver's, saying or whatever, do as much as you can of these every day. Watch your vibration change. And typically, you know what these things are because we sometimes have to wait for ourselves to spiral, to hit rock bottom, to overheat before we do these things. When things get intense, we start doing these things, right? But the reality is, if this is what raises our vibration, and the entire game of manifestation is raising your vibration, you should be doing this daily, as often as you can, right? Let's see here. I'm reading what you guys have. Put it in the chat. Walking. All right. So here's the thing. This is not, people call this self-care. Over the years, I've come to realize that this is not self-care. This is oxygen for your soul. Because self-care has the connotation that you do it when you're tired, when you're burnt out, when life is, treating you the worst possible way it can, and you need to take care of yourself because you need to recharge, right? And that's the association, that's the mentality we have with self-care. But the reality is, this is oxygen for the soul. You do them daily, and when days are more intense, you do more of them, right? And what ends up happening is, as you do this, it ensures that you're in a high vibration. So that next day in Sedona, I did all the things I could. I watched a movie, went hiking, went to crystal stores, started picking up the guitar and writing songs again, doing all the different things. And it put me in a high vibration, right? And when you're in a high vibration, you get even more signs, more messages. So I remember when I was in a high vibration, I was like, okay, I got this other message, okay? This final thing, and it was, write down a list of everything you want in an ideal partner. And I'm like, I'm not even looking for an ideal partner. I'm just getting out of this painful, marriage. I'm not ready for love. I had all these different things that were battling inside of me. And I'm like, but the voice was strong. It was very, very strong. And it was, go ahead, write it down. So I wrote down this long list, like yellow pages, pages and pages deep. And I was like, I want somebody, I want somebody who's growth oriented, into purpose work, I want natural attraction. So who I am naturally, they're attracted to, and vice versa. I had this long list. I wrote it down, right? I didn't think anything of it. And then my Sedona trip ended. 4 days later, Mandy showed up in my life, and the rest is history. And when I realized, she told me later down the road that a few weeks before she met me, it was when she got down on her knees, after her abusive ex threw wine at her, and she was like, God, please remove everything and anything does not belong. She said that intention a few weeks before meeting me. So we both did it. She did intention, I did intention and decision, but somehow by us doing that, okay, it put us in the right vibration where we found each other. I wasn't even looking, and neither was she, right? And that's the power of it. I mean, and again, it's not the sexy part of manifestation. I mean, we're gonna get to other processes of it, but that's simple, right? People don't talk about it, but it requires work. But guess what? It put me in a vibration to where everything I wanted was there, right? Because when you do the work, you do it once, it affects your life forever. And if you look at the pattern of manifesting, I had to release what didn't belong, right? And for me, it was the people who hurt me, and that pain was living in my heart. So when I release that, okay, now my energy can elevate. My vibration can elevate because I released the thing that was holding me back. Number one, okay? But before that, I set an intention, remember? I want to release everything in my heart. When I got the intuitive ping, I wrote everything down on paper to release it. And the next day, since that was released, guess what? It now gave me space to hear other messages. And the message was, do the things that you love to do, which I didn't know what it was. It sounded so silly. I'm like, really? Right? Because my mind was still programmed to self-care to where I don't do these things until I'm beat to the ground. but I did it, and little did I know, it raised my vibration. And when my vibration was at its peak, what ended up happening next, right, is I had this other thing. Write down what you want in an ideal partner. Little did I know, me writing it down, pen to paper, was bringing the energy, the thought of it, the invisible to visible to paper. Now that paper is real. It's here in the here and now. And when things are in the here and now, it has its own energy of itself. Wrote it down, and that was one of the first encounters with set it and forget it manifesting. Wrote it down, and it just came. I didn't seek it. I forgot about it. Just showed up, right? So that's what I want you guys to realize is like, okay, in order to manifest, release. You got to release the old. Doesn't serve you. You gotta raise your vibration, replace it with new stuff. Be intentional about it, and whatever you want will come. Because the thing is, we want to give you guys exercises per day that you do, to where if you do them each day, there's a big chance you start getting signs and manifesting today, and tomorrow, and through the weekend. All right? This is not just sit down, write down how to manifest. It's a lot of that. This is like, come join us and let's manifest over the weekend. Let's get it going. I want to show you what's possible when you're living in a high vibration. You don't have to wait till next week to manifest. We can start the process now. We can start the signs now, right? So here's the reason why we're doing a lot of breakouts. I guess Mandy hasn't told you this. When it comes to manifesting, right? Once I realized this, it changed everything for me. It's all about how much energy you're generating towards your manifestation. So what do you think happens when you share your intention? You've just increased the potency of energy flowing through your manifestation. So everything we're doing here, it's not accidental. It's all intentional, right? Speaking your truth, being seen, raises your vibration. Sharing your intentions raises your vibration. All this stuff. It might not seem like a lot. It's all part of the process. And we're having you do it because we want you to start experiencing results now. Here's what I want you to share. Share what is your intention? What is your main intention for this weekend? It can be one. If you have time, it can be a few more. It can be, I want to feel physically well. Maybe it's like you want to be able to, help your kids. It may be you want more abundance in your life. It may be I want to attract love. It might be I want to experience peace, right? It can be I want to find myself. Whatever it is, there's no wrong or right answer. It's right for you. Okay? Number one. Number two, I want you to share the things that raise your vibration. Share them. What are the things that normally raise your vibration? Okay? And it can be like, dancing, being with animals. Share as many as you can, right? And after you do that, okay, the third thing is to kind of share what you're going to do today. Because remember, intention and decision. And I want you guys to get used to daily. We're doing setting intentions, making decisions daily. Because if you get only those two things, you'll manifest this weekend. Okay, you will manifest this weekend, and you'll experience it, right? So share what you're gonna do today. Whether today you're gonna be like, okay, based on this exercise, I'm going to do what Oliver did. I'm gonna write down people that hurt me. If I want love, I'm gonna burn it tonight, and I'm going to write down the list of everything I want, right? If it's money, it can be the same. I'm gonna write down all the fears I have about our money, all the rules that I have about our money, burn it, and write down what I want. It can be that process, but I want you guys to get used to, one, sharing your intentions with the group. Share your intentions. Okay, write down what raises your vibration. Write down what you're going to do today. If you want to take a bold action today. And if you want bonus, share what your why is. What's your why? Is it yourself? Is it your family member? Is it, what is your big why? Right? I want you guys to all play full out, right? Because this, again, like we're in a very unique time right now. We're in a high vibration. So everything we do now, it counts. It matters. It goes a longer way, right? And when it comes to manifestation. So then just play full out with us this weekend. Okay? And then we're gonna go some more topics, and I'll see you all then. Okay? And bye for now.
I was uptight, wanna let loose. I was dreaming of bigger things and wanna leave my old life behind. Not a yes sir, not a follower. Fit the box, fit the mold, have a seat in the foyer. Take a number. I was lightning before the thunder.
Thunder, 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 thunder,
Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, thunder, thunder. Kids were laughing in my classes while I was scheming for the masses. Who do you think you are? Dreaming about being a big star. They say you're basic, they say you're easy. You're always riding in the backseat. Now I'm smiling from the stage while you were clapping in the nosebleeds.
thunder, 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 thunder,
Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder. Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder. I was uptight, wanna let loose. I was dreaming of bigger things and wanna leave my old life behind. Not a yes sir, not a follower. Fit the box, fit the mold, have a seat in the foyer. Take a number. I was lightning before the thunder.
thunder, 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 thunder,
Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, thunder, thunder. Kids were laughing in my classes while I was scheming for the masses. Who do you think you are? Dreaming about being a big star. They say you're basic, they say you're easy. You're always riding in the backseat. Now I'm smiling from the stage while you were clapping in the nosebleeds.
thunder, 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 thunder,
Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder.
How is everybody feeling, huh? This is probably gonna be one of many, many things that we're gonna be just doing based exercises, just that we're setting as much as we can on a high vibration, okay? While you all are here. So, okay. So that in itself, as you guys have done that is done at the highest level. So a lot of you may have things you got to do tonight that you know you have to do tonight, right? Because we want to do like really big, bold steps every day, right? And that could be a big, bold step. Like writing something down and burning could be a big, bold step, right? But I want you guys to, because here's the thing, okay? If I can get you guys to do things, just intend things, and to make decisions on a high level, as many as you can in these 3 days, then that takes care of everything you want to manifest moving forward. So I'm gonna do my best, and me and Manny, to get you guys at such a high vibrational space and doing manifestation practices in real time. Okay? So all right. So I want to cover a few more things, and what I'll do is I'll end with a really, really powerful meditation slash raising your vibration slash a way to kind of stamp what you guys did in here at the highest level. So as you go to sleep and you wake up tomorrow, it's like, everything that we did today is just stamped at a higher level. So we'll end with a meditation doing that, okay? But just a few more things that I want to kind of like pepper in preparation for tomorrow and Sunday. Because tomorrow and Sunday are probably going to be now that we've laid the foundation down, right? We can go into more advanced and accelerated techniques because you guys are going to be able to handle it. So, for example, tomorrow, it's going to be, and Sunday, it's going to be a lot on abundance, right? Because it's a big part. So abundance, how to accelerate abundance into your life, how to master, your energy, and really use energy as a way to speed up your manifestations, which is something that I do a lot, right? And then Mandy's also going to be going over really more of the mind. She never got to finish on the mind, but it's really important because here's the thing. I'm going to share with you tomorrow when we go to abundance. There was a time where I made more, and I'll tell you the story and the process of that in a day that I did an entire year, right? And here's the thing. Energy can get you what you want fast. And I'll talk about that in the abundance and energy section, okay? But if you don't get your mind and emotions in line, it will counter manifest it. So yeah, I manifested more in a day than did an entire year, and in 2 months, found a way to spend it all. Mom put her on vacation, paid their bills, did all these things for other people and myself. Because my mind and my emotions weren't used to, they weren't programmed for that level of abundance. So even though I experienced it, I found a way to get rid of it within 2 months. And that's why, the method that we're going to teach you is energy will get you there fast. So you're at least experiencing everything you want in your life. You're experiencing all of it now, and on the way as you're experiencing it, you're rewiring, you're tweaking, you're aligning your mind and emotions, which are super important, so that there's no friction, right? Because even though you're in a different channel and you're experiencing everything you want, it's also very possible to be in that channel and be unhappy. How many times have you guys heard of people who, won the lottery and they're still not happy? People who come from rich families and they're still not happy. You can still be in the channel of that what you want, but your mind and emotions really be detrimental to your soul, to where it feels like it's painful, okay? My approach, because I look at it as getting to the island, right? So the techniques you're gonna learn over this weekend, and yes, for some of you, you're super troopers. It's 9 a.m. It's morning your time, and you're still here listening, okay? And I promise you, it's gonna be worth it. There's gonna be work involved, but it's gonna be worth it. What my intention is, and we've done this so many times, so I know how this works, is instead of it taking 10, 20, 30, 40 years for you all to get to where you want, we're going to do it in days, right? But it does not come easy in those days because we're going to work the hardest that we can at the root, the things that block us, right? So we're going to go a little bit extra, stretch ourselves a little bit extra in those 3 days so that we can bend time. And that is one of the things that is the exchange, right? That is the exchange. I know what it takes. And a lot of it is we're going to keep going till you guys get there and it's done at the highest levels, right? Because I want to get you guys to the island. And let me tell you a little bit more about what this island is. And a lot of people, we brought a lot of people to the island. As a matter of fact, a lot of people that we meet here, they're like, all right, thanks for getting us to the island. It's an amazing. So let me share with you what the island is, okay? And why and how we're gonna get you there over this next 3 days. So most of people spend their life, okay, treading water, okay? Treading water, and they are treading water, and they're trying to just paddle, okay? And let me know where you guys are in this phase. Let me know if you're treading water, swimming, or on the island, right? As you hear this analogy, let me know where you are. So they're treading water, and they're like, you know what? This is what life is. And treading water is like you're always in the rat race of life. You're always struggling. It's always never enough. You're always just like, I want love, but it's always toxic. You just never get there. It just always seems like, wow, it's same shit, different day kind of life, right? And the thing is, a lot of times we're treading water because that's all we're told to do. It's status quo. We look at everybody in our lives, our family members, our neighbors, everybody in around us, and they're like, yep, this is just how life is. You do this till you're 60 and 70, and then it magically gets better. And when you get in those ages, it doesn't get better. You're like, oh, wow, right? There's no pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. It's the same thing. Just years just pass by, and you're still in the same place, right? And a lot of times people say, that's just how life is. And you never get out of it. Now it's a belief. That's just how it is. And nobody you know is out of there. So you just accept it as truth. That for the rest of your life, you're supposed to, tread water. Right? But somewhere deep down inside of you, things can be different. Right? Things can be different. So you get into a phase to where you're like, enough is enough. I'm gonna do something about this. I'm not gonna settle and stay where I am. I want things to get better, and I'm going to make them better because no one else has been able to, so now I will. So you hit a breaking point. You hit a rock bottom, which I've had a lot of times in my life. And you're like, I'm going to swim forward. I'm going to do something. And a lot of you guys might be in the swim forward phase, all right? But here's the thing about swimming forward. When you are swimming forward, right, you're just finally doing something about it, you feel empowered, first of all. And guess what? Being empowered is better than feeling helpless treading water. From a vibrational standpoint, swimming and going forward, is way better, vibrational speaking. Just a higher vibration, right? Because you're empowered, you're doing something about it, you're taking control. But here's the thing. Just because you are swimming forward doesn't mean you're heading in the right direction. You can be swimming, away from the island and swimming your entire life, feeling empowered swimming, but you're still not going to get there. It's possible. And that's why a lot of you, right, might in the past might be like, and I was the same way. If I just put more hours and if I just try harder, if I do more, I'll get there. But how many of y'all have experienced doing more, trying it longer just doesn't get you there? You're just like, oh shoot, is it ever going to happen? Right? You just kind of burn out of all right, I'm just going to try. I'm just going to read more books, go to more seminars, go to more workshops, right? And that's because you might just be trying, but sometimes effort does not equate to the life that you want, right? But it's better than treading water. And then you get to the island, okay? The island is where you stop living in a state of survival. You stop. You're there. And it's a big identity shift when you get to an island. Because all of a sudden, you're not spending 80 to 90% or 100% of your time, your energy, and your resources. You're not spending that time trying to stay afloat or swimming. Now, you're just there, relaxing. favorite food in the island, favorite drink, favorite people in there, not having to worry about, you're there. All your needs are taken care of and provided for. You're there, right? And sometimes you're in the island and you get to what's called survivor's guilt, right? You look back and you're like, oh, shoot, family members, my friends, they're all the way there. So you try to go back, right? You can't never really get far enough, but maybe you miss the struggle, maybe you miss the effort, maybe you're bored. So maybe you even kneel down and kind of fake, like, being back in the water, but you're like, shoot, never mind. I'm on an island, I can go back, right? But a lot of us have that. You want to save people, you're not used to having all that free energy. What am I going to do with all this free time, free thought, free energy? And you want to go back to the past until you realize you got to move forward, right? And when you're in the island, here's what happens, right? When you're in the island and all your needs are taken care of, and a lot of times, in my experience, the island is not the end all be all. It's where it begins, okay? Because when we're born, we're not born with a lot of the baggages that we have now. We experience it through traumatic events. We experience it through life happening, programming, all those different things. Next thing you know, we're now treading water. But we weren't born to tread water. We were born with gifts. We were born with a message. We were born with a purpose that we're here to come on earth and we're here to share it, to shine our light, to share our message, to share our gifts, to live empowered. But life happened. So we go on a detour, right? So when you're on the island, it's not the end all be all. That's where we were supposed to start, right? But life happened. So when you're on the island, you might be like, okay, I'm going to retire. I'm going to relax. But guess what? There comes a time when you're on the island that you don't feel fulfilled because you're here for something bigger. And no amount of money and no amount of your needs are being met are going to be enough. It's going to come to a point where you're like, I have no problems. I've got all this energy. What am I here to do? Who am I? What am I born to do? Who am I here to help? What's the message I'm here to share? And that's when life begins, right? Isn't it funny? People are just saying, yeah, you get the money, you get the love, and you'll be... No, because when you get there, it becomes unfulfilling when you're not living your purpose. If you're not doing what you're here to do, if you don't feel aligned to your soul's calling, soul's mission, your true purpose, it gets boring. So there's always the next level. But my goal is to just get you to the island. Because here's the thing, manifestation is not the end all be all. Like, I have not thought about manifestation for a while. Because when you're in the vibration of the island, things are coming to you, you're not thinking about, let me manifest getting to the island. You're in the island. Everything you want is there. Okay? Now you're thinking about, shoot, what is possible? What am I capable of doing? What can I create? What are the experiences of life that I have yet to experience? How can I enrich everything, right? And when you have a lot, when you have a lot that you're receiving, now you can give fully from a whole heart. And that's my goal, getting you to the island so you guys can start your lives. Okay, and here's the thing. Here is the kicker. Getting to the island is not a hard thing. I've had people get to the island the same day. I've got people get on the island at the end of the 3 days. I've got people get on the island in the same week, right? The most important thing is that let's start with the intention. I'm going to get to the island. I'm going to get there fast. I'm going to, whatever block that's stopping me mentally, emotionally, energetically, decision-wise, I'm going to figure out what that is that weekend, and I'm going to get an island. Because a lot of times when I meet people, there's one thing preventing them from getting to the island. Not a lot, one. If you're working on all the wrong things, you can feel like you're working on 10,000 things and not making progress. When you work on the root, which is what Mandy and I love to do, when you work on the root, you affect the branches and the fruit. It's the one thing that changes everything, right? So right now, set an intention. Put it in the chat. I'm going to go to the island. And heck, once you get there, guess what? You want to bring as many people as you can. And a lot of times when you embody it, when you're there, we've had a lot of people that came in here, and they came in here because they're like, I want to change my husband. I want to change my kids. I want to change my family members. me knowing how to do that is not directly changing them. I've tried. How many of y'all have tried? Let me change, let me change. How many people listen to you? Right? They're like, okay, you're like a broken record. You want to change, save, because you got a big heart, like Mandy and I, and you just want to help everybody. And the biggest pain sometimes is like, shoot, I want to help everybody, but nobody listens. They want advice, and when you give them your advice, nobody, there's like talk therapy. They tell you what it is, they ask for the answer, they give you the answer, and never really wanted it to change, and you just feel bummed because you wasted your energy, and they're like, okay. And you don't like seeing them in pain, but you've got a big heart, right? But the one thing that never fails, I've seen it all the time, is when you get to the island and you start living it and embodying the abundance, the purpose, the love, the joy, the happiness, the peace, and you literally live it, you don't have to say a word. You don't even have to convince people. They see you and they want what you have, and they're going to start saying, and I know because our clients say it all the time, they're going to start coming to you saying, how are you so happy? What's something different about you? There's a glow about you. How are you doing this? What's the secret? Did you win the lottery? Like, what happened? What's the magic pill? Right? From the embodiment, your embodiment will shift them. I see it all the time. Okay, because if people are trapped in an emotional, mental prison, and you're with them, and you preach happiness, they're not going to believe you're in the same prison as they are. You're all treading water. And when you open that prison cell and escape and move forward, at first they may be scared because they don't know what's beyond that. People have stories about, oh, you do that, you get hurt, all different things. So they don't know what's beyond that. But once you go beyond that and you turn the light on, they see that you're fine. They see you're having an amazing life. And they see that you are just like, everything that you can be and more. They're like, well, it's not so scary. How can we get there too? Right? So you shift everybody around you by pure embodiment, by showing them what it's like to experience it. And that becomes your way you live your life becomes your message. Okay? So that is the goal. Getting you all from surviving to thriving, which is on the island. And when you're not on the island, you're gonna want to self-actualize. Realize, what am I here to do? What's my potential? How many more, how many people can I help? Okay, what am I here to give? Right? And then now life becomes giving when you have an endless amount to give. Does that make sense? Right? So we're going to, I want to stamp this in on high energy. All right? So a few things before we do the meditation. Number one, is drink a lot of water. And here's why. I want to explain the why, not just to hydrate. Yeah? Because you might think, oh, hydrate. Even if you don't know it, as we're doing these, we're doing a lot of energy work to help you guys release. Me and Mandy and the entire team, we're holding space. Raising the vibration behind the scenes, holding space. So whatever you guys are experiencing, it's like you're in Sedona. Okay? Where everything is amplified. And with an increase of energetic activity, it uses a lot of energy within. But since your body is majority water, as you drink water, guess what? Water is a conductor of energy. So the more you have in your system, the faster energy flows, the faster the releases will be, the faster you'll raise your vibration. And that's why I drink a lot of water. Yes, for hydration purposes, but everything we tell you, even though how simple it is, there's also an energetic and manifestation benefit to it. Drinking water increases more water, more conductivity, faster energy flow, faster release, faster refuel, all the above. And since we're doing a lot of different things to increase energy, as far as releasing it, drink more will help. Okay, that's number one. Number two, after the meditation tonight, you already set the intention, make sure you make a decision, whatever it is. Whether it's writing stuff down, journaling, burning stuff, releasing stuff, just make that a bold decision. Okay, bold decision. How much water? As much as you can. Probably drink a little bit more than you normally would, right? Because we're burning a lot more energy as we're doing a lot of the activities here. The second is like every single day, right? Like I said, we have a contest. We're giving away $3,000 and other prizes as well. We're not going to say it now. We'll say it in the last day. And in order to have a chance to win them, go and post, your biggest breakthroughs, what you've learned. What are the biggest aha? What did you learn? Biggest breakthroughs. Because as you're sharing your video, guess what you're doing? You're being seen, you're shining your light, right? And you're spreading positivity. And guess what that does to your vibration? Still elevates it. So yes, we'll incentivize you to raise your vibration so you can manifest during this event, right? Because a lot of times, like the things that you learn here, like someone needs to hear them as well, right? So if you're sharing them and you're lifting people up, helping others is also one of the fastest ways to raise your vibration. So hashtag break, you can do a hashtag breakthrough, hashtag manifest now, right? Tag Mandy or myself. Mandy is at Manifest with Mandy. I'm at Spiritual Activator on Instagram. Find us, tag us with your biggest breakthrough. Each time you make an entry on Facebook or Instagram, it is considered as one entry, and you can do them daily, right? So that puts you into the contest as well. We want to make this fun and exciting. And day 3, we'll announce, the winners of the contest. Our team is going to be looking at that as well. So do that if you want to be involved in it. Tomorrow, we're going to start same time, 10 a.m. Okay, 10 a.m. So join us again, 3 days, but hey, 10 to 20, 30 years worth of information in 3 days. So you don't have to think about manifesting afterwards. You're going to have all the tools that you need to raise your vibration and just manifest whatever you want. Okay, so that's a big one. We're going to give you the tools. So come tomorrow. Mandy's going to be starting tomorrow. We have a lot planned, a lot of techniques, mind, emotions. I'm going to talk about abundance. There's energy. There's a lot. So make sure to come tomorrow, Saturday, and then yeah, for some of you, you'll have the most peaceful sleep of your night, of your life tonight, and for some you'll be awake with a lot of energy, up because you're processing stuff, and then lean into it. Because here's the thing, as you're processing stuff, you're releasing stuff, and you're releasing stuff that will normally take decades, but you're releasing in a short amount of time. Again, that's the price you pay. All right. If you're going to condense time frames, a lot of times you condense the releasing. So the things that you typically takes you 3 years, 5 years, 10 years to release, we're releasing in 3 days. Because again, that's the price sometimes that we pay for bending time. It's things that we experience in 10 years, it happens in 3 days, and then it's over. But for now, the biggest thing is big decision tonight, and every day we're going to make a big decision, okay? Every day we're going to make a big decision. And if you guys go all out and trust me and Mandy with these big decisions daily, I promise you won't even recognize who you are 3 days from now, week from now, a month from now. It's just like, don't take my word for it. Your friends and family members will tell you, because that's all we hear. My friend said this, or we even get messages from people's family members like, hey, I'm so-and-so's wife or husband or friend or mom, and let me just tell you, thank you so much, right? So we hear it all the time, right? So I know what's about to happen, and a lot of this is also preparing you for that. A lot of what we're going to be doing is making sure that once we get you on a high vibration, that you can maintain it after 3 days. So a lot of that is that's more on the second and third day where we give you guys more techniques for lasting success. But right now it's just day 1's foundations. And then we can get more advanced stuff tomorrow. Cool? All right. Thumbs up if you all are ready for the ending meditation. And the intention for this meditation is I'm going to take you all to a high vibration. In that vibration, I want you to hold your intentions near and dear in your heart. Right? So we're manifesting it and we're stamping it at the highest levels as we can today. Cool? All right. So get in a relaxed and meditative space. We're going to put some music on. Okay? And this is one to where, you're going to sit, lay down, whatever you're comfortable in. You're going to close your eyes. We're going to start in a few seconds here. We're just going to get some meditation music on for y'all. Okay. There you go. Start off by closing your eyes and just relaxing your feet, your shoulders, your jaw, your back. Just allow the tension and the stress just to be released. This is a powerful exercise to do at the end of the day. And take some breaths, take some deep breaths. Join me with inhaling for 3 seconds, holding it for 3 seconds, and then exhaling for 3. Do it again. Inhale for 3. Hold it for 3. And then exhale for 3. Do it one more time. Inhale for 3. Hold it for 3. And then exhale for 3. And we'll start off with an intention. Because intentions, as you know, can be one of the most powerful things we set. And the intention is this: God, higher power, universe, whatever you believe in, your higher power, call them to assist you so that in this meditation, in this activation in a way, that you may experience your highest frequency. For the first time, for some of you, and for a lot of you, we're turning back to it. It's been a while. Okay. Now, after you set an intention, imagine a powerful light coming down from the heavens. It can be white, it can be purple, it can be gold, it can be whatever resonates with you. Imagine it coming down. And then touching the top of your head and filling you up with light. For some of you, you might visualize this happening. For some, you might hear this happening. For some, you might just feel it happening. And for some, you know it. And it happens as you set your intention. So imagine this light coming down and it's filling you up from head to toe. And when you're ready, I want you to follow this light up. Follow it up. So it goes beyond your house, following it up. Beyond your little town. Beyond the city. Beyond your state. A little bit higher beyond your country. Beyond the world. You might even see the earth. But I want you to go beyond. Because you're more than just human. You're more than your thoughts. You're more than your emotions. You're more than what you feel. You're more than the story that you've told yourself. And we're about to find out. So follow it beyond earth. Follow it as far as you can go. As bright as you can go. As high as you can go. And when you think you're there, see if you can go even further. And on the other side of it is you. It's the most divine version of you that knows it all, has no trauma, has all the answers, is healed at all levels, and can have everything you even want and even imagine. For some, you'll see this version of yourself. For some, it's just a feeling or a brightness or something unexplainable. But doesn't matter if you can put it into words, because this version of you is pure energy. And energy is meant to be experienced. It goes beyond your mind. So when you're here, I want you to just take as much as you can. Breathe it in. Let that potency of energy and light really just fill up every part of your being. Just breathe it in. And for some, if you're like me, first time I tried this, there really was not much. It was just like downloaded for future use. Future can be in an hour or tomorrow. But just know and trust that everything that you're supposed to receive and feel, you'll experience it now. So stay as long as you need. And when you're ready, bring all that energy down to the here and now. Back to earth. Back to your country. Back to your city. Back to where you are now. Hold it in your heart. And in this space, think about your deepest intentions for this weekend. That which you want to manifest the most. Can be more than just one. Think about it. Or even say it out in your mind and in your heart. And as you do, know that you're saying this with the highest vibration that you just tapped into. And when it comes to manifesting, things that are stamped at the highest vibration, they happen faster and a lot of times effortlessly, even if you don't believe it. That's the beauty of it. It's happening on the soul level, not the mind level. So you can just release it, knowing that even if you don't know how it's going to unfold, in the highest of ways, it is done. So take as much time as you need. Right? I love you all. I'll see you tomorrow. And remember, when you heal yourself, you heal others. And you also heal